This is the first join us on stage. Shri A.K. Mishra, please. I think we can remove one of the barricades from the center so that it's easier for the speakers to come. A very warm welcome. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in extending a very warm welcome to him. I'd also like to now invite our esteemed speakers for this session, Dr. Nayan Sharma, Chief Advisor, Innovative Water Solutions and ex-professor from IIT Roorkee. Sir, please come from that side. We've just opened one. Mr. Om Prakash Shah, Professor, Ocean Engineering and Naval Architecture from IIT Kharagpur. Mr. Harry Deleger, Partner, STC, Nestra BV, Captain Inderveer Solanki, MD, Spring Professional Private Limited, Mr. Jaco Sheldwet, Area Sales Manager, India Royal IHC. A very warm welcome to all our speakers for this session. Some of the key discussion points for this session are as follows: the composite fairway development with cost effectiveness, mechanism for quick pontoon opening system, navigation facilities with special focus on e-navigation and construction of a state-of-the-art navigation lock at Farakka. So with these words and without any further ado, I'd like to request session moderator to kindly make his opening remarks and also take over this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Good morning to all. This is a technical session of this summit, first technical session, and I'm thankful that we are having the esteemed speakers in this session who will speak on their domain subject. But before that, since this is a subject of fairway development and the navigational aspect in the river, so I would like to mention some details about the river, basically the alluvial river in India, in the northern India. And these alluvial rivers take their discharge of water from the glaciers during the dry season and from the catchment area of their tributaries during the rainy season. And these waters are being carried throughout the length of these river, and it is being discharged ultimately in the sea. So while carrying the water, these river are having such an nature characteristic that as the discharge goes up during the rainy season, they get the more energy by the current, and these energies automatically create the more room in the river itself, in the river channel itself, by scouring the bed and making more space for holding the more water, so that this water doesn't get overflowed and damage the banks as well as flood the catchments. And with them, they carry the silt also. While during the rainy season, these silts also again balance the energy of the river, and this balancing nature of the river itself during the flood and then during the lean season, when the glacier melts and the water comes in the river, automatically by these silts get settled, and the channel itself, they make the room sufficient to carry the water, carry the fresh water. So this is the nature, and that's why in the ancient period, in the previous, automatically the channel was there and the navigation was existing without any interventions. Now with the pass of the time, we had observed that there were many interventions have been created by the man, and these interventions are like construction of the dam, barrages, silt extraction by the way of the mining, pontoon bridges, laying of the pontoon bridges across the river during the low flow period for the passage of the cross both the bank peoples, and then the construction of the low height bridges. These were created without, since there was no any synchronization with the all the departments, and the unsynchronized development had took places. And similarly, the sanctuary was also declared in the most of the stretches of the river. So these were the interventions which created the ultimately the bottleneck for the safe and efficient navigation. So these interventions then compelled us due to the unbalance and the unsynchronized management of the water, as well as the silt management. The silts were getting deposited in the water in the channel, and these silts are to be for the safe navigation, are to be managed. For the management of these silts, we are adopting like the dredging we are doing, surface paneling we are doing, and then now some innovative techniques also which is the cost-effective technique, which we will discuss during this session. That is also being adopted, and similarly the pontoon bridges which are being laid across the river during the dry flow, those pontoons are also becoming an impediment and the bottleneck for the safe navigation in the national waterways. So the techniques are now being developed by the different experts, and these techniques will be implemented to provide the safe and efficient navigation. So during this session, I would like to welcome our esteemed experts, domain experts, as a speaker. And among them, the first one is Dr. Nayan Sharma, who is Chief Advisor, Innovate Water Solution, and he is also the ex-professor of the IIT Kharagpur, who will speak on the innovative technique, eco-friendly technique for the silt management. Next is Mr. Om Prakash Shah. He is Professor Ocean Engineering and Naval Architect from IIT Kharagpur. He will explain his technique for pontoon opening, mechanized pontoon opening, which will be utilized during the flood season also for the ferry operation. Then next will be Mr. Harry Delayer, who is the partner STC Nestra BV. And next is Mr. Captain Indavir Solanki, MD, Messrs. Spring Professional. And then the Yako Clevitt, Area Sales Manager, Royal IHC. I welcome once again all of you speakers in this session. And first, I would like to request, along with this, I will request to all the speakers that we are having the limited time for presentation. So the time will be taken care of while presenting the subject, so that we will get the sufficient time for interacting with the audience and with the industry people, so that we can make it more interactive and more effective session. So first I would like to request Dr. Nayan Sharma to present his technique, and welcome, sir. Thank you.
Go back. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to present one technique which I have used for the first time in India. Prior to that, I was in US for some time, and this submerged vein or bottom panel technique was introduced to me that time. Well, let me go ahead. See, this, why it is cost effective? Three issues are there. First is cost effective, because we try, in US they use steel plates for this submerged vein technique. Whereas we in India, I have for the first time in 2008 and 9, for inland waterways, I designed this submerged vein, and to cut down cost, I used bamboos, locally available, Haravati bamboo and all that. And not only Ganga, I have used in many tributaries of Brahmaputra, but my clients were mostly from tea companies like Williamson Mager, MacLeod Russell, Tata Tea, and I got excellent results. So you can say that it was a gamble, and it really clicked. The next point is why eco-friendly? See, when I worked for some time in Assam Water Resource Department before I joined IIT Roorkee. At that time, dredging was done, and there was a lot of objection about dredging because one problem is disposal of the waste. Second was the benthic fauna, that flora and fauna is disturbed. So then, in contrast, this submerged vein doesn't disturb the benthic organism. And third, sustainable. Like I myself was involved got involved as a lower officer in Assam for some dredging. But it is a recurrent thing, recurring. We dredge, then it gets filled up again. So after some time, again dredge. And so that was one issue. And presently, you know that fuel prices are globally shooting up. So in contrast, the submerged vein or bottom panels doesn't have any such issues. Well, based on my pretty long experience of more than 2 decades, I try to find out what are the basic requirements of guidelines for a fairway. So I have jotted down this from my own experience only. Because of shortage of time, I will not go into detail. So maybe as Mr. Mishra says, during interactive we can highlight. But just I will cover 2-3 issues. The one is, there is no machines involved, no mechanical dredger or cutter suction dredger involved. We harness the intrinsic stream energy. And that's how we do dredging, but dredging is that way. The second point is the secondary channels. Like in case of inland waterways, the one I did in 2008-9, it was very successful. So the strategy was to close the secondary channels, the drifting channels, and try to reduce the number of secondary channels, tertiary channels, and get it concentrated into one channel. And I think I will quickly show you some satellite data, which we could achieve excellent results. And then third also, as we know, that in rivers like Ganga, sediment load is going day by day. Now, almost 356 metric tons, million tons is the sediment load. And it's going to increase. Why? Because of climate change. Due to climate change, the rains are going to be more, as per studies done by many experts. So with more rains, more sediment coming from watershed, and that will get deposited. So quickly, I will share with you a study done in Oxford and Sweden with IIT Kanpur. The sediment in Ganga River, almost every year, almost 200 million tons of sediment are getting deposited. I will take with pinch of salt, at least 150 million ton. If I convert in cubic meter, it is 100 million cubic meter. So inland waterways, they have to do dredging. I don't say they can't do. But how much you will dredge? Cost of dredging is phenomenal in a country like us. So why not use, along with dredging, why not use this river harnessing technology? Well, due to shortage of time, I'm skipping. Well, very quickly, I don't go into detail. The concept is we try to generate vortex, so the lower layers which carry sediment are pushed towards the river bank or towards the channel away from the fairway, and the upper layers which doesn't have sediment are pushed towards the fairway. So as a result, the channel gets deepened. That's what happened in Nakhwa, and not only in many tributaries of Brahmaputra, big tributaries, and it has been successful. Maybe during interaction I can explain more. Well, I'll skip this also due to. Well, as you know, porcupines are very widely used, but porcupines, as I'm showing you with this visual, they are very fragile. The bolts come out. So that is one of the weak points. So during my visit to US, I could see that in many rivers they have used steel jack Zeti. So that I have blended to cut down cost. In place of steel, I have used RCC members, as you can see here. And I have used in Ganga River. But this time, we are doing some work, but probably it's not permitted. That's why we have not used this time. As you can see, this was by design in 2008. The place is Nakhwa, which is about 20 kilometers downstream of Varanasi. And there, this was implemented for the first time in India. And I was a bit worried because if it fails, it will give us all a very bad start. But it's really very striking, remarkable. It worked very well. I think this satellite pictures don't lie. The upper one is the river Ganga in 2004. And you can see there two channels. Sorry, it's not working. One on the left side, one on the right. And you can see the other satellite image of 2010. It's visible, it's telltale. The left channel got choked and right channel is it got deepened. Earlier, it was only 1.2 or 1.3 meter during low lean season. But in 2019, I visited with member technical, Mr. Gangwa at that time, and we found they have maintained more than 3 meter. So a vessel carrying 1,500 to 2,000 ton can ply. So that gave us a lot of confidence. Well, this was done in 2008-9, and to cut down costs, as I said, I have used local bamboo. And these are jack Zeti. I have been using very extensively in tributaries of Brahmaputra and even some other river in North India. But in Ganga, I used that time, and it really helped. Quickly, I will tell you why it helped. Well, just a moment I will take. You can see the first we are having submerged vein, 3 areas. And just 100 meter downstream, I have placed the jack Zeti. The concept is the submerged vein will deflect the sediment carrying lower flow to the left side. And that will be intercepted, picked up by the jack Zeti. So as a result, that channel will get almost choked. That is what happened. Well, these are officers of 2009. One is Mr. Rao, I don't remember the other. Well, before I wind up, I am tempted to share with you something which is quite old. When I myself was not an engineer, this was done in Assam, inland water transport. There was one officer, Mr. Kalyan Gogoi, and he really implemented with support of United Nations experts coming from France. And this bottom panel is a precursor of submerged vein. In Europe, they call bottom panels, and US, they call submerged vein. Well, this is Brahmaputra River, downstream of Gati, very close to airport. And the river fans out. See, normally these rivers, wherever you make a bridge, then it remains constricted, concentrated. But once it crosses the bridge, it fans out, widens. So here, Brahmaputra River, a little down, is the widest in the world. 24-kilometer wide. I have been to Amazon River. I have visited 24 countries in the world, including Brazil, and I never, even the biggest river, 4 times bigger than Brahmaputra, Amazon is only 10-kilometer wide, but the charge is very high. Brahmaputra carries something like 77,000 cumac. Ganga carries is slightly less, and Amazon carries something like 3 lakh cumac. It's massive. Even then, the river is only 10-kilometer wide. Why? Because the kind of sediment load we get in Brahmaputra and Ganga, or in Kosi or Gandak, is not there. That's the reason. Like Brazil is famous for rainforest, I think you might be knowing. This was very much successful. I will. Okay. This visual shows the upper one 1968, one season pre-monsoon. The lower one is 1969. And hurriedly I can tell you that this left channel got choked. But sad part, it happens in our country, it's not followed up. Only it was like a one-time wonder. It was very sad. I don't know why it happens. Probably the Chief Minister, Mr. Sinha, left and somebody else came. These are all like that. Well, you'll be surprised that Brahmaputra River got silted up. The left channel got silted up to 3 meters, 10 feet. It's a grand success, bottom panels. But again, I said, even today it's not been done. Whenever I go to Assam, I tell, because I come from Assam, and I tell them, why don't you do it again? This is a bottom panel laid in 1970, and which was a big success. This is again, you can see, a lot of sediment are all trapped, and this whole channel got silted up. Well, in rivers carrying heavy sediment load like Ganga, Brahmaputra, Kosi, Gandak, this technology is very successful. One will get tired dredging. As I told, I think my succeeding speakers will speak on that. It's required. I'm not against dredging. But in a country like India, which we have, and now Ukraine war has pushed the fuel price up and up and up. So we'll be spending a lot of our GDP only on this kind of fossil fuel use. That is the point. Well, this is my last slide practically. Inland Waterways has again implemented our design, my design, this season, this 2022, at 7 sites, starting from close to Varanasi, and before, last point is Buxar. And we have implemented, and keeping our fingers crossed, because before I must tell you one important point. The failure and success of submersible or bottom panels depends on what? The angle. And that angle cannot be picked from a textbook. I find some of my fellow engineers, they say, it is written in this book, I'll pick up that angle. It will be disastrous. My experience of 25 years says every site is unique. So we cannot, like in case of Brahmaputra, the French engineers and the UN, they came, and at 5 sites, 2 sites, it was disaster. 3 sites, it succeeded in Brahmaputra River. So I was that time very young, that's why I couldn't talk to them, but later on somebody who knew told me the French engineers even warned that don't take the angle from a textbook, from a research paper. You have to do a lot of synthesis, lot of experience. So it's not like designing the beam of a building or a column of a building. This is bending stress, put so much steel. No, it's not at all. River engineering, we understand only 5%. 95% is not yet understood. So a lot of heuristic knowledge. So with this, I will conclude. And if there is any further supplementary questions, probably as if permitted by the moderator, it's my pleasure to say. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm having one question on this because this is, you are mentioning that this is the bottom paneling, what you have innovated. Now, since 1986, IWI is doing the surface paneling to maintain the navigational channel, duly harnessing the energy of the river and the current energy. So, and with this, there are two type of silts, as you better know than us, that there are suspended silts, which till date we are managing to maintain the navigational channel by the surface paneling. And this technique which you are, with your guidance and with your design, we are implementing at the 7 locations. With this, we are going to manage the bottom silts. That's why this is called the bottom paneling. And with this bottom paneling, we, as you mentioned it, that we are, there are 2 channels, sometimes in some locations there become 2 or 3 channels, and due to the 2-3 channels, the water in the main channel get reduced and the depths automatically get reduced for the navigation. So by closing the secondary channels through this bottom technique, we are diverting the flow by siltation, through the siltation in the secondary channel to the main channel. Now, is this technique can be implemented in the locations where the tributaries are meeting and they are carrying the lot much silt? Those locations are also the vulnerable locations where our operators get stuck, and it becomes very difficult for them also to operate through with those locations. Those locations, I can mention it that if we talk about the Ganga, the Ghagra river meets somewhere upstream of the Patna, and then this Gandak river also near the Patna, and then Kosi. These 2-3 rivers I am giving as an example carry a heavy silt load, and these silt loads are being deposited at the mouth of their joining. So can we maybe utilize this technique to those critical locations also? This is my first question.
Excellent question. Well, dear colleagues and friends, he raised a very moot point, and to be very frank, after spending 35 years in IIT, then abroad, I was in Switzerland and US also, I don't have a good answer. See, because we are technocrats and we have to tell spade is spade. Submerged vein is not a panacea where a tributary joins. It's very, like in case of where this Ghagra joins Ganga one side, where Gandak joins. These are very dicey and it's really mind-boggling. And there, I think submerged vein should not be used. I put it on record. Submerged vein should never be used where at the junction point, tributary junction point. Like in Brahmaputra, the French engineers, they tried where Subansiri river joins Brahmaputra near Majuli. They tried where another river called big river Manas joined Brahmaputra. And it failed, miserably failed. Because as I told you, the success of submerged vein is on the angle. If the angle is wrong, if it is picked up from a textbook, or if it is taken from a research paper published, it will fail. So, like Dorigan's, if I remember the name, Dorigan's site is very dicey. Well, when earlier Mr. Gangwar told me I have to take care of these 17 sites, but now somebody else from my former colleague is taking. I feel relieved. I don't want failure. Till I have done, in IIT Roorkee, I have done 150 consulting projects, highest. And I think all are successful. I don't want failure. Even I'm keeping my fingers crossed for these 7 sites, but I took utmost precaution. But what Mr. Mishra has raised, please note down the IWI officials, please don't try submerged vein in the confluence, like Dorigan's side, because we don't know, we don't have an answer. Like doctors in cancer, this advanced cancer, 3rd stage, 4th stage, they say, even at best, oncologists will say, no, I can't assure you. So I'm a humble person. And we, as I told you, we understand only 5 to 7%. This is not my view. My Professor Garde, he said. So how we can pose, we know everything. So these at that point, I will rather suggest, try to go for this Jack Jetty I tried for these tea companies, that will work.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other question from the?
Well, if you have any points, still we can still ask. As I must repeat again, submerged wind is a new technology. We have to be very, very prudent, extremely cautious, especially the angle, because the angle at which river hits this vein will change from low flow to the peak flow. So if there is some mismatch in this angle, and even this time I think IWI department will remember, I haven't given the angle. If you see the drawings, I have only mentioned latitude, longitude, because if I write 20 degrees, if I write 15 degree, then it will be taken and that angle will change at a high flood. That's the reason I use my thing. Anyway, if there is any point we can discuss right now or maybe later.
Any question from audience, please?
Okay, you are most welcome. Okay, thank you so much to IWI that they call me this.
Okay, thank you, sir. Certainly, what you told that only 5% of the silt movement characteristic we can understand. And I also remember sir, because the Garde sir, I was also having the opportunity that Garde sir was my professor for my ME. He generally used to tell that if in calculating the silt condition, silt river morphology, if we are 200 or 300% correct, then we can say that our approach is very, very accurate, very effective. So it is really a challenge for everyone to maintain the or predict the condition of the alluvial rivers. So even then we are trying our best and using new techniques with the research to maintain the channel for the safe and efficient navigation. So with this, sir, and one thing more, sir, I would like to add in your, as we are telling this is a cost-effective technique. Certainly, what I observe, this one location is costing for this bamboo veins and this technique which you are telling, this channel stabilization works which we are implemented at the 7 location is costing 1 to 1.5 crore approximately. And it can clear about 100 meter of the sole. Sole are the deposited silt. If we calculate 100 meter and 30 meter wide channel with 1 meter of the depth of the silt to be dredged by the dredger, CSD dredger, which is costing approximately 500 rupees per cubic meter, it comes around 15 lakhs rupees. So 15 lakhs rupees comes down to 1.5 crore. 15 crore comes down to 1.5 crore. So certainly this is a cost-effective and eco-friendly measures, which is not going to be, this will, if this succeeded, its techniques on the 7 locations, certainly we can go ahead for implementing the other locations also. So thank you, sir, very much for giving your view on this technique. So now next I will call the, Professor O.P. Shah, who will explain about the technique for mechanization of the pontoon opening system. Right now in the Bihar and UP, we are having such about 10 pontoons which are being laid by the state government for crossing the bank of the river from one side to another side. And these are becoming the impediment, especially in Bihar. These pontoons don't have any type of opening for the passage of the vessel. When any vessel comes near to the pontoon, these vessels has to wait for sometimes 1 or 2 days to cut this bridge and then pass the vessel and then again reassemble the bridge. However, in the UP, the opening system is there, but that is a manual system. That also takes at least 1 day. If we are informing them that vessel is reaching by this date, even then they take minimum 1 day. So now we will listen about the new technique which IIT Kharagpur, led by O.P. Shah, is devising for quick opening system And so now welcome to OP Sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. A.K. Mishra, moderator of the session. First of all, I would like to give my sincere thanks to IWAI and FICCI for giving me this opportunity to speak about this quick mechanism for quick pontoon kulfi opening system for the river Ganges. I would also like to put in record that my fellow naval architect, Mr. Bijit Sarkar, has made a tremendous amount of contribution, especially with the creative thoughts that have gone into this particular design. I'll try to keep my presentation brief. It will consist of a brief introduction, the present mode of transport, both along and across the river Ganges, observation on the present arrangement, and then our proposed solution. And then based on the proposed solution, what all things we have done, submitted to both IWAI and also to Indian Register of Shipping for vetting and classification. And we will also make a mention that this particular system that we are proposing can be used both as an opening system and it can also be used as a ro-ro ferry. So this is a slide which most of us are aware of. But what I want to point out here is that to achieve a waterway transport system that we should be proud of, especially the National Waterways 1, there are many problems to be overcome. And Professor Nayan Sharma and other speakers will definitely talk about them. We are looking to one such problem which IWAI gave us, and that is a very important sort of problem, because if we don't find a solution to that, then the growth of river traffic on the river Ganges up to Varanasi will find a lot of impediments. And it cannot be economically viable. This is how the Ganges look at my place, that is Kolkata, where you can see the Vidyasagar Setu, or what we call the second Hooghly Bridge, where there is no impediment and the vessels are nicely running through and through. When we were told about the pontoon system, I had no idea. So the first thing I did was we visited Patna. This is at Gaighat. The then chief engineer of IWAI, Mr. Kuril, took us here and also took Kachi Dargah, which is just about 5 kilometers away from this. So within a 5 kilometer span, you can see that there is two sort of pontoon bridges, which is a problem because, and again I'm showing it here, these are basically bridges like this. I bought some 3D model, and any vessel passing through this has to cut open this particular bridge, taken out by means of a tug, and then put it back in position. Now, there are 12 such bridges right from Bihar if you come up to Varanasi. And each of these bridges may lead to, as rightly said, the minimum time is 8 to 10 hours, but it can lead to a delay of 2 to 3 days. And this is a problem both for the vessel movement and also for the people who are living on both sides of the bank of river Ganges, because both, as we all know, that both sides of river Ganges, especially in the Hindi heartland, is extremely populated with a high density population. This is how the pontoons bridge look like. They are sort of a conical shape. They are called a kulfi system. And over this, planks are laid out. And there is no way a vessel can pass through this, okay, unless you remove them. So we have said 16 pontoons up to Varanasi, but there are 12 up to, 16 pontoons up to Allahabad, but there are 12 up to Varanasi. And each time, 3 or 4 of these units have to be cut open for a vessel to be passed. And they have to be taken out with means of a tug or another vessel. Then they have to be brought back, welded again, and then there have been lots of delays and a lot of social problems have arisen. Now, as the river traffic keeps on increasing over the years, there will be a problem. And therefore, right now there is a low frequency movement along the river, but with the Jalmarg Vikas project and all the initiatives of IWAI, the traffic is bound to increase, along with the IBP protocol, as was rightly mentioned yesterday. Now, the bridges anyway have a very high movement of human beings, small vehicles, autos and cycles and so on. They cannot be stopped for a long period of time. Now, the solution should have been either provide a bridge, as which is there in Bengal in most places, or provide ferries, and they don't provide any conflict. And in fact, if you go to upper reaches of away from Calcutta, both downstream and upstream, it is a ferry system that moves people across the river where there are no bridges. Now, the pontoon bridge has been a major impediment, and this is the thing which you have already described, and I have talked to the chief engineer out there, and he says there are times when it is very difficult to cut open the bridge, especially on a festive season or something like that. Okay. So what we have proposed is this system. In other words, we also, when I met the chief engineer at Patna, I was told that the river Ganges, and nicely put by Professor Nayan Sharma, that the channel keeps shifting within 3-4 year period. In other words, you have to, where the vessel is going to ply now, in 4 years' time, it may move up slightly lateral both ways. It could go either way. Okay. Therefore, there is no fixed location where the pontoons have to be cut every year. What we have proposed is a system by which it's something like a reverse railway bridge crossing. Okay. A railway, not railway bridge, a railway, what do you call it? A railway barrier, if you really want to call it that way. Now, this is around 39 meters long, and there are 2 moored barges with spuds. The reason being that the bridge has to open over a certain system, and you can see the pontoons in this region have been removed, which is approximately 50 meters. So all that you need is 50 meters of pontoons to be removed, and they are going to be thrusters. I have shown in this figure 2 thrusters are going to be there. These are azimuthing thrusters. They can rotate about itself. So with the help of these thrusters, you can open the gate and you get a width of around close to 30 meters. Okay. By which we have looked into it. Most of the inland vessels will be 12 to 14 or 16 meter wide. And if you use a flotilla to pass through, it could be 16 to 24 meter wide. So 30 meter is a good opening system. This is how it will open. Okay, all the calculations, the naval architectural calculations have been done for this. And it has to move over a fixed system, and that's why those moored barges are there. It could open both ways, if you like. The bridge is again closed back after the vessel has moved. Now, these are the thrusters we had proposed, azimuthing thrusters, which obviously about 150 horsepower each. I'll come to this calculation a bit later. So if you want to use the barge as an opening system, like a railway gate closing system, it is around 39.6 meters long. The draft is only 0.6 meters. It has 2 azimuthal thrusters with 360 degree of rotation. It can open in less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes on the higher side, I have said. Okay. There is no need for any tug or any vessel to be there. There is no complicated detachment. Just lift the rams, and I'll show you a small animation. Untie the ropes from the bollards and move it. It can swing back again in 10 minutes time. So the maximum waiting time could be 10 to 20 minutes. All the drawings in this respect have been submitted, have been drawn, and this is a typical naval architectural drawing that we do to explain you things. We have kept the walkway where the people are going to walk and where the light vehicles are going to be there separate, so that there should be no accident while over this particular pontoon bridge. These are some of the structural arrangements that we have done so that they can take the deck load. Now, we were told that during monsoon, when the river is in spate, the Kulfi system is removed. So what happens to this particular system? So we said that this particular system, with a bit of safety features built in, can act as a ro-ro ferry. It has 2 azimuthing thrusters, so you can operate it as a ro-ro ferry during monsoon season, and you can use those moored barges that I showed earlier. the moored barges can be used as a landing platform for the people out there. We have provided very high stability so that because there are passenger safety is involved, okay, both during operation as a ro-ro ferry and also during operation as a bridge system. Solar panel lights have been provided. You can use source charging. There are, because it is being used as a ferry system, you have to have some pumps there. And if the vessel is in one place for a long time, there may be siltation below. So we have also provided a system by which below desiltation can be removed. Okay. You can use electric propulsion and do away with diesel engines completely. It's a question of putting an electric motor rather than putting a diesel-driven motor, and reduce the carbon footprint. Because it is going to be used as a ferry, we did the calculations based on data series which we took from the vessels plying on the St. Lawrence Seaway, the barges, and we got the powering estimate done. What we need is two 150 horsepower engines at the two ends. We also did a CFD simulation just to confirm my calculations, or confirm our calculations, and we feel that it is, you can easily achieve around 8 knots while using it as a ro-ro ferry. 7.5 to 8 knots is easily achievable as there. Now, because it is going to be used for passengers and other things, we thought it is important that we do a very detailed stability check, and we have done that and submitted all our calculations to Indian Register of Shipping to do a vetting of these calculations, which they are in the process of doing. Not only that, we have also looked into what we call damage stability. In case one of the compartment is damaged by some vessel coming and hitting it against, the bridge should be stable, the people should not, it should not tilt so that in a manner that the people would drown in the river. All those cases have been looked into, and all the rules we have complied based on the European Union rules for inland water navigation. There will be some demerits for this particular solution, and one of the demerits is that you have an initially high cost. Okay, but the operational costs are going to be lower. There are going to be social benefits because people are not going to be agitated. The bridge is not going to remain open for more than 10-15 minutes. Okay, but you need trained manpower. The operation of these thrusters must be very carefully trained because there should not be a situation where they could go and hit the other fixed moored barges. And as I told you, to prevent desiltation, we have provided pipe system underneath the vessel because the draft may be less and there may be a siltation. So if you just increase the flow velocity, the silts will move from the bottom of the vessel. Okay, so all that care has been taken, and we have submitted all the technical specification to IWI under these heads. General, these are typical naval architectural heads: navigation, hull machinery, firefighting and damage, seamanship, and electrical. So all documents have been submitted. I wish, and we have also done an initial costing arrangements. It's around 7 crores for the main barge, which is also used as a ferry, and 1 crore, 1.2 crores maybe for the moored barge. So the total cost should not exceed more than 10 crores for each of these units, and you can use it both as a ferry and as this. Now I would like to play a small simulation which Mr. Mishra requested me to make so that you can understand what we are doing. Okay, so thank you very much, but just wait for the simulation. Madam, can you play the... Could you pause the simulation once in a while? The animation, I would say. It's not a simulation, it's an animation. So this is the main barge, this is the moored barge. Just hold it for some time. Could you hold it for some time? You can see the vessel waiting. Okay, you can see the main barge. Sorry, Paul. The main barge and the moored barge and the existing pontoons. Please notice the opening system. Please carry on. Please notice that bollard arrangement there. Please, this is very critical. This is something we got from the Dutch experts, to be very honest. Okay, right. ramps are opening and they are hand operated. It is hinging around that point with the help of the thrusters. Back for people to operate, for passengers to move. I have also made a small 3D model. I'm leaving it with Mr. Mishra in case you want to know how it opens and how it closes. Okay. So thank you very much once again for this patient hearing. I think I have taken more time, but please excuse me for this extra time. And I'll be very happy. Once again, thanks to IWAI and Vicky for giving us this opportunity, especially to IWAI for thinking that we can do this job. Okay.
I had one question.
Please, sir. Yes, you're audible.
So, ultimately, before 1998, was putting lines in India.
Absolutely right, sir.
So we are confronted with two dilemmas here. One is, of course, once we are able to establish that the technology is tested and workable, now the procurement is going to be a challenge here. So that is going to be the managerial part of it, that once the design is tested, proven and all that. So do you think our shipyards here have the necessary capacity not only to fabricate, design, manufacture, but also train people to operate it and do the AMC for 1 year?
I think the shipyards are more than capable.
They are more than capable.
They are more than capable. I know if Cochin Shipyard has gone and built those ferries, okay, and some of these ferries are with those.
The second constraint is with regard to the time.
Okay. No, I had initially, you see, it's a new system.
Yeah.
The Dutch experts are also there. They could also question me if there is any technical lacuna in this whole system. I am ready to look into the matter, because in fact we had discussed this with some of the Dutch experts during my friend's visit to Amsterdam, that is it a feasible option. My initial thing, as you have rightly mentioned, I wanted it to be implemented in Gaighat and Kachi Dargah first. Learn from the experience and then put in the 8 others.
Okay.
That was my
so
but the chairman wanted it to go in
just a minute. I wanted from the horse's mouth here, for record, in front of all the witnesses here, rather than going for all 8 in one go, let's have one pilot, let's test it, do some iteration, improvements, whatever if required, and then go for the remainder.
That's right. So it's a completely new system, as you can see.
Excellent. We have it on record, Mishra ji. Okay, terrific. Thank you so much, Professor.
I will be relieved and I will have less sleepless nights.
Yeah, okay. Now we are worried about your health also.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. As I said, I'll be more than happy to. You see, these azimuthine propellers that are there, Cochin Shipyard has huge experience, because all the 8 Ro-Ro ferries that they built, okay, they are using this. But you are also aware, the ones in Kolkata had met with some small accident. So the people must be trained properly.
Yeah,
but the number of people are going to come down. Once you install that, only 2-3 people are needed.
No, because I am worried. These things will not be operated by IWAI. We intend handing them over for operations to the entities in state government. So in Bihar, probably it will be PWD, and in UP it will be PWD. So we have to factor in their competence or the lack of it, and their willingness to, adopt this new technology, because benefits are there. We'll have to sell the idea to them.
That's absolutely right. And I'm also as worried as you, whether the Bihar PWD can be able to meet up with this particular challenge, because they have to invest money to train their operators.
No, we'll invest that money.
Then I think you have done a good job, sir. Then without any problem.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. And I'll be leaving this models.
Oh yeah, sir, leave it with Mr. Mishra. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Any other questions? Thank you. Any other questions? I'll be there for in the tea time. Thank you.
A small announcement here. I mean, this session is I would call it the keynote session here as far as Indian Waterways is concerned. So I would not like time to be the constraining factor here. So one way to overcome that handicap, obviously, is not to break for tea. So we are not breaking for tea. Tea will be served shortly. And it's right here in case somebody wants to go, they can help themselves. So the session will go on. We'll stop at 12 definitely for the next session to commence. Thank you.
Thank you, Upisa sir. Certainly your this technique will, as well as this is a technique this is addressing the social aspects as well. So that is more important, because while we are observing, while getting across the vessel in the Bihar, we have to stop and take the help of the administration to manage the people, because the people who are crossing from one bank to other bank, they have to wait for 1 or 2 days. So that is also will be addressed through this technique. Thank you, sir, very much for explaining the technology of this pontoon opening system, which we will implement with the assistance of the state government, PWD department, as sir mentioned. Okay, thank you, sir, once again, sir. Now our next speaker is Mr. Harry Delier, who is partner STC Nestra, and who is having a vast experience in IWT sector, basically in the European rivers, South African rivers, and the South Asian rivers. So here I would like to, we would like to listen from him the best practices being adopted in the world for better navigation, for better utilization of the navigational infrastructure, fairways, and the innovative techniques being adopted for creation of the infrastructure, and in the vessel technology, what the innovative things are being adopted worldwide, and duly taking into consideration the river condition of the Indian rivers. We people would like to listen from you, as well as the market, how to create the, how to develop, how to make the, develop the confidence among the market and the industry in the sector. So those aspects we would like to listen from you, sir. So welcome once again, sir, Harry Delier, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Misha, dear delegates, dear participants. Well, that's a lot of topics to handle in 5 minutes, but I'll try. Okay, I'll take half an hour then. Thank you. Yeah, it's talking about the waterways, and we think that waterways development in India, at least, in a few decades, not too much has happened. But when we look at the history, we see that adjusting the waterways is something of all times. On the left, on this slide, you see the River Rhine, and a drawing of 1780 or 1790, so more than 200 years ago, where the rivers were already adjusted, bends were cut, and all kind of adjustments were made to make the water navigable. On the right, you see all kind of adjustments that were done on waterways throughout the world. But what we have to realize is that that navigation, of course, is only one part of the use of the waterway. So when we look at navigation improvements and we look at interventions on the waterway, we immediately are going to touch on all the other uses of the water: irrigation, flooding, drinking water, hydropower, all kind of other uses. And navigation has to fit somewhere in that, and we have to balance the interests of the different users of the waterway. So talking about navigation, I would like to say something about the ecosystem of inlet waterway transportation, which you see on the right part of this slide, which consists not only of infrastructure. Sometimes when you talk with inlet waterway experts, they only talk about infrastructure, but there's a lot more. Well, you said about the crew. Do we have people to operate the pontoon bridge? Do we people to have operate the vessels itself? Can they do that according to the desired safety standards? We have the production means. By the production means, I mean we have the vessels, we have the supporting systems like river information services, we have electronic charts, and of course we have terminals. But terminals in itself is nothing if we don't have cargo, so we have the markets. And all of that, you should look at it as a sort of a holistic system. We're not looking only at infrastructure, we are looking at supply chains, we are looking at cargo that has to be moved, and we are looking at passengers that have to be moved. And all that has to be done in such a way that we could do that from an integrated approach. We're not only doing infrastructure, we're not only doing vessels, but we are looking at the combination. Well, when I say adjustment of the waterways or shaping the waterways has been something that has been done for centuries. But in the last decades, the thinking is changing a little bit. Maybe partly due to climate change. In Europe, it was especially related to the flooding that we have had in the last decades. And now we have to provide solutions that are more fit for the future. So the Indian waterways, you can't control them. They are completely different from the European waterways, and they're not controllable. But you can take measures. I think Professor Sharma gave a few examples, what you can do with natural means of improving the waterway, keeping the waterway as much as possible in its natural state. And maybe you can think of solutions that you can work with adjustments of the other parts of the system. So here you see two examples. One is on the Rhine River in the Netherlands. The other one is on the Danube. This, I think, is in a nature conservation area along the Danube, where the rivers were reshaped, going back a little bit to the original state in which the rivers were. And that is, we call that, I would call that reshaping the waterway. So going back from a lot of physical interventions with taking new interventions to make it fit for the future. And of course, it's not only infrastructure, as I said, we're talking about the entire ecosystem. And if we talk about the other elements, we're talking about the greening of the vessels. What can we do to decrease pollution, decrease emission limits? Because we are talking about natural systems. And we don't want, especially when we look at the conventional type of engines, and we have the emission related to those engines, and that particular metal, for example, it will settle down around the environment of the waterway. In ocean traffic, it's different. But the waterways go right through the populated areas. So that's when you have to take additional measures in the field of greening. You have to look, of course, at efficiency. When you design new vessels, Professor Shah knows everything about it. When you improve your hull design, you can gain maybe 20% of energy cost. So the efficiency could be a lot improved by making better vessel designs. You can think of shallow draft solutions. You can think about creating your economic activities along the waterway, not on isolated areas in landlocked areas, but do it along the waterways. Think about automated shipping that we could have in the future. So we have, when I say all this, I'm talking about a lot of challenges that we have to face. The challenges, which I mentioned here, are not particular for India. Any waterway country has the same type of challenges. How to improve the performance in the environmental field, but at the same time provide a good business case. For example, if we have solutions to decrease emissions, and we do it with after-treatment systems, with filters or catalysts, it will increase the cost for the operator. But it will not lead to any economic benefits. It's only adding a cost element. So that's important, that we find solutions that at the same time improve efficiency, improve environmental performance, support better the supply chain developments, but at the same time provide a good business case. Otherwise, the market is not going to develop. And when we are thinking about long-term subsidies, for example, that's not the solution. The solution is that it has to be a good business case. Inland waterway transportation needs to provide a supply chain solutions in the supply chain that are cost efficient for the users. That is, I would say, that is something like a prerequisite. In the European Union, there is a new policy concept, which is called GNS, that says good navigation status. It does not mean that every waterway needs the same type of draft. It says that you need the draft, or you need the capacity of the waterway that is required by the logistic system. So maybe you only have river crossings with ro-ro, then you don't need 4 or 5 meter draft. You can work with much less draft. So it's dependent on the situation where you are in. At the same time, we have what we call GES, good environmental status, and they have to work together. So the planning process, the planning cycle that you see there, is a sort of a continuous ongoing improvement system where it's not only the waterway authority that decides upon the characteristics of the waterway, but it is done in close cooperation with the stakeholders that we find, not only environmentalist bodies, but also local municipalities, for example. But as I said, the starting point is that waterway transportation has to provide a business case. That is where we have to work on. The business case can be completely different in different market segments. For a tanker vessel with chemicals, high-value cargo, it may be different from smaller shipments or dry bulk, stone chips or fly ash or whatever. Containers, again, is completely different. Passenger transportation is completely different. So every market segment has a different solution. I mentioned already the importance of sustainability. When we develop waterway transportation, we have to develop a sustainable system for the future. Specifically coming to greening, we can speak about the vessel, of course. We can think about new fuels, we can think about emission reduction, we can think about energy consumption, but at the same time we have to think about all kind of logistic improvements that we have. Corridor management, for example, by using river information services, could hugely increase the efficiency of operating the vessels. Think about new markets. When you create economic facilities along the waterway, you take out the last mile transportation. You take out sometimes extra handlings that you have. And you can think of innovative vessel concepts. It's not only think about automated ships with no people on board. That's, of course, that is something that might happen in the future on some specific solutions, but it's much more than that. It's digitalization and the process and making the process more efficient. I have only 2 slides, so I hope I still have some time to do that. Okay, thank you. So the idea of let's say looking at it from a more holistic point of view, we need to secure fit for future waterway transportation systems. That is the aim, I think, that we are all trying to achieve. We are talking about long-term investments. If we do interventions on the waterway, we're not doing it for a few years, we're doing it maybe for 50 to 100 years. If we buy a new vessel, the vessel has a much longer lifetime than a truck, maybe a few decades. So the investments have to be sustainable for the future. If we now invest in a conventional technology, we are stuck with that conventional technology for at least 25 years. So that is, I don't think that is the future. So looking at future infrastructure, look at it from the working with nature principles. Think about planning concepts like good navigation status, good environmental status. When we look at the transport flows, look at it from a supply chain perspective, not from the waterway point of view. Look at it from supply chain, where waterway has a little part. It has road transportation, sometimes you can have railway transportation, but it's much more than only inlet waterway transportation. So it's not an isolated solution, inlet waterway, it is an integrated solution. And last but not least, we know we need a proactive government. Not only the waterway authority, but also the shipping ministries, the logistic bodies, and also the local bodies, the municipalities and the state bodies. For example, to think about physical planning. When you do physical planning, plan your new industrial zones, your economic zones along the waterway. But remember, there is no blueprint for that. The solution for every waterway, for every country is different. So you have to think about the economic system of the country, the freight flow forecasting, freight flow modeling is very important, that you do the right interventions at the right place. Right at the bottom you see three different types of approaches. Originally, I think most of the countries where we have worked on the waterways, they start with that. They build infrastructure. And then they think when you build infrastructure, the market will come. I think also India shows that that is not happening. You can build terminals, you can improve your waterway, but you need to develop the market. That is something that needs to be done. So all the way at the right, you see the approach which really gives result in most countries is proactive development, market development. It doesn't mean subsidies, it means think about smart support systems to help the operating companies, to help the cargo owners to bring in this inlet waterway solution. And then I have one final slide that USAID asked me to show this one. They have 3 projects ongoing at the moment. One is about new vessel designs built from the business case perspectives. So new vessels which fit in a business case. So they are, of course, they lead to a higher capex, but they will lead to lower operating cost. And if you add those two together, you have a transport, the total operating cost at the end, total cost of operation will be lower as compared with the conventional type of vessels. So the designs are being made for a tanker vessel, a dry bulk multi-purpose vessel, and a RoPax vessel. Second project is about regional connectivity, thinking about the connection between the Ganga River and the Padma River, and see which kind of smart solutions you can think for that. And the third one is about a freight village, in this case in the area of Balagar, and see how the Balagar freight village could support not only the port of Kolkata, but also the hinterland connectivity for inland navigation. And finally, what I would like to say, I have my colleagues from the Netherlands here in the room. In the week of 20 to 25 November, there will be the Dutch-India Maritime Week. There will be a big maritime event in Kolkata. And there will be, an inlet waterway event in Kolkata, 25th of November. And there will be a big maritime event in Mumbai, 23 of November. You're all invited. If you are interested, give us a card and then we will send you the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, sir. So thank you very much, sir. And now any question from the audience and anyone, either from the industry or from the government? Any questions regarding?
I'm really glad because I use this term ecosystem ad nauseum when I'm talking about it, especially where in India where we are trying to actually reinvent the wheel, so to speak. So Act and regulation is one part of it, creating the whole vessel system, the fairway, everything has to be done. And my biggest problem, Mr. Delayer, is the lack of capacity in government, first to even fathom the scale of the task that lies ahead, and then to the lack of trained professional in inland waterways. Now we have the Central Water Commissions here, we have our own engineers at IWR, and we are a very, very small organization, and you have worked with us for a long time. Now, unless we have the knowledge, and we are aware of our ignorance, I mean, it's a paradoxical statement. How can you be, be ignorant about your ignorance? But how do we create this kind of capacity? I mean, what kind of knowledge building or training programs can be undertaken short term, long term, to develop the capacity not only in the center but also in the states and the urban local bodies, as you talked about in your presentation?
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I think you touch upon a very critical element, and well, knowledge building, of course, starts with events like this. But when Professor Shah mentioned that there was some Dutch involvement in the pontoon system, I remember that we had an inland waterway seminar in Delhi, maybe 5 years ago, something like that, where I think your previous vice chairman, Mr. Pandey, was there, and we talked about the pontoon issue. And there was this company, Hydromaster, that presented the idea that you now are presenting. So you see that this kind of knowledge exchange things, these kind of events, they work. And okay, 5 years later, see whether we can implement it in India. So that is one result. We had with World Bank, while Arnab is here, we had a huge number of exchanges on international practices. But that's, of course, not going to lead to the solution. You need a more structured type of knowledge exchange. And it's not about the crew. I think the crew, that's relatively easy. There are a lot of maritime training institutes. You have inland waterway training institutes. So training crew is not the difficult thing. When there is a requirement from the market, the maritime colleges and the schools, they will provide the students, and then the crew will be there. But let's say the institutional knowledge, that is something that is crucial. I think from the Netherlands side, there's always the intention to work on structured way of cooperating. We have a memorandum of understanding. It will be renewed pretty soon. Well, that sort of basics are there, but it needs contents. It needs to be filled with concrete activities. There are maritime colleges in the Netherlands. There are universal corporations with the maritime university. So it's a whole, let's say, also there it's a whole ecosystem of exchanging knowledge and participate. I think I remember that quite a number of years ago we were talking about Piang membership, things like that. That all happened. Well, that's also another very important knowledge center. And yeah, there is a lot of knowledge available, but it has to be made accessible to you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's heartening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. You mentioned about the integrated approach which we are discussing in these 2 days of our sessions in PM Gati Shakti. Naturally, if the infrastructure and vessels are not being integrated, there will not be a sustainable development in this sector. As well, you mentioned about the siltation pattern, change in the siltation pattern. This we have to take into care, understand that the interventions which have been created, whether it is a barrage construction or any other interventions like the mining is being done, which is not synchronized with the activity of the development, fairway development with the authority. So these are some of the causes. At the same time, the water extraction also for the irrigation during the lean season through the lift canal, etc. So these are some of the reason by which the siltation pattern is changing, and we have to negotiate with these siltation pattern changes, and we have to. That's why we need innovative technique, innovative system, entire ecosystem for development of the sector. Challenges, as you mentioned, that infrastructure, market, and the fleet, quality of the crews, policy and institutional setting up. These are certainly a big challenge, and for the development of this sector, we have to work with the nature in principle, supply chain perspective. Thank you, sir, for elaborating all the issues connected with the inland water transportation sector. So with this, I would like to invite my next speaker from the industry, Mr. Captain Indravir Solanki, who is Managing Director of Spring Professional Private Limited. He is ex-Merchant Navy officer who is having the exposure of the sea navigation, and he is working for the inland waterways also for a long, who is having operated the vessel also in the inland waterways, having the good experience of the river condition, challenges in the river navigation, having also exposure for the our terminal operation, and we would like to also listen from him the challenges of the cargo availability and the management of the cargo in this sector. So once again, I would like to welcome Captain Indravir Solanki, please.
First of all, I would like to thank the Inland Waterways Authority and Vicky for giving me this opportunity to speak on a topic which is very close to my heart. And Honorable Minister, Sir, Chairman, delegates, and friends. The topic or the PM Gati Shakti Waterways Summit is actually very pertinent at this point of time. The experience of over now 15 years into the sector, into waterway transport sector, when we look at Gati, Gati speaks, we say speed, and Shakti is momentum or energy. Now, waterway is only providing, you can say, mass. When we talk of water transport, we move in one vessel, you can say 5 lakh ton capacity tanker vessels are moving. So that means it can move mass waterway. Speed, when we talk of truck, you can say rail and aviation, that provides speed. So when we integrate the two, it is very important, because unless until we integrate the two, we cannot bring in cargo into the system. The first mile connectivity and last mile connectivity is the major problem what we've been facing in bringing cargo to inland water transport sector. So therefore, when we talk of inland water transport, I think we need to talk of integrated water transport. Until and unless we talk of integrated water transport, we cannot move forward in inland water transport sector. So this is the first and foremost requirement of the day. Now, the second thing which I want to bring out is with regards to operations. My previous speaker friend Harry, he said integrated policy or proactive government. I will give you simple examples that we faced regarding the policy. For example, coal transportation, there was change in policy of import of coal. The water transportation between Farakka to Haldia suffered. Mining, we are facing day-to-day problem. Goa has suffered, and now we were moving roughly every day 500 trucks across from Sahibganj to Manihari or from other sectors. So that is another issue. Prohibition. Now, because of prohibition in Bihar, we were not able to move cargo from Jharkhand to Bihar. We can only operate during the daytime. Nighttime navigation of the vessel was not allowed. Now, when we take these policy decisions, we need to actually think of the person who has invested money. One vessel per day cost is about 70,000 rupees. Whereas when we talk of truck, one truck is just about 3,000 per day. A vessel is 70,000 rupees per day. So that means if a vessel is idling for a day, it is costing 70,000. And the margins by being in the industry is roughly, if I am doing long-term transport, not more than 2 lakh rupees per month. That is the margin which an inland water transport operator gets. That's what I was doing. And then eventually I stopped doing you can say, long transportation movement. So that is with regards to policies. So when we are making these policies, we need to actually think and allow some buffer time for this thing to continue. The next is turnaround time in case of vessels is very important. So unless until we look towards the turnaround time, we cannot bring efficiency into inland water transportation system, for which what is important is equipment on vessel and then facilitation ashore. Night navigation, we have put in river information system, we have put AIS, but what about the equipment on the vessel? When I went to the vendor, the vendor manufacturer asked me 25 lakh rupees for putting the equipment. Basically, my business is 2 lakh rupees per month. 25 lakhs if I invest, 2 years of profit gone. Why would I invest? So therefore, hardly any vessel has got that kind of system on board today. So that is another issue. The next is, if I solve this problem of night navigation, what about the engine? The engines we put in are mostly, you can say, water-cooled system. They don't have, you can say, circulation within the tank. So what happens is, because of silt, the water cooling system gets choked and the engines heat up and the engines are actually not able to operate 24/7 as the vessels operate at sea. So our operations get limited. Maximum, I have been able to practically operate a vessel where I had cargo on both the sides and was 18 hours. For that also, then we had multiple breakdowns in a period of just 6 months, where there was, you can say, breakdown in the terms of either the shaft or the leakages in the liners. So that is another requirement which is there with regards. So we need to actually also think of vessel design as well as shore. When we are talking of e-navigation system, we need to look at mobile-based applications today, not AIS, VHF, expensive equipments. So that is what we should look at when we are looking at night navigation system. With regards to floating pontoon, the problem has been solved is likely to be solved, though this was raised long time back, 7 years back. This problem was raised more than 7 years, but we are moving forward. So it is I would say, a step well taken, and it needs to be, you can say, operationalized as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Otherwise, the trade between Varanasi and Farakka or Calcutta cannot happen. I repeat, cannot happen. Because it takes, for example, I did pilot movement from Varanasi to Calcutta and back. We did 3 container transportation pilot movements, but they could not be sustained because each pontoon would take 1 to 2 days to open. So, which the trade cannot bear. I am carrying expensive cargo. For example, vegetable oil we brought. Now, we are bringing parcel size is huge, 2,000 tons of vegetable oil, which is required. Diwali is there, he needs to sell his vegetable cargo. And if I am delayed by 1 week, Diwali is gone. Where will he keep this stuff? So that is why it is important from that point of view. So we have to look at that aspect. Manpower, the training of manpower has been spoken about, so we need to actually look into that also, where duplication of manpower, also the river pilots which are there, they have limitation. Any person would have a limitation to sail for maybe 8 to 10 hours he can provide. I need, if I tried the river pilot to force him to do more, he refuses. He says, no, I cannot, it is dangerous, and the vessel has to anchor. So now the vessel has to anchor for 2 days in total period of 8 days. So that means I have lost 1 lakh rupees. How do I do that? The other issues are also with regards to customs, immigration, all that, wherever we are going from Indo-Bangladesh protocol route. So that also actually needs to be taken into account. Now, natural floods, you can say floods, lean, fog, mist, they also are a concern on the operators, which actually eat into our operational cost, or the operational cost increases. The trade itself is not ready for this transport because nobody provides us damage. There is no damage provided in this trade. If a vessel is lying idle, the shipper is not ready to bear the cost of damage. So it has to be borne by the operator. And again, that's why it is very important that vessel should not be idle. It is a white elephant. The moment it is idle, it will eat into everything. So that and the trade. If it eats into the operator, it eats into the trade. So that is what we need to actually think of. Coming to what is the solution? Now the solution I am basically proposing is, first is talk of waterway as integrated waterway transport, not inland water transport anymore. I will give you just an example. I brought in a vessel from Calcutta to Tribeni, Katwa. So I was offered a cargo, the value of the cargo, I was ready to buy the cargo. It is basically wheat for ethanol factory. The rate was 17 rupees when I sailed, and it was promised that. The moment I brought the vessel to Tribeni, the cost of the rice was increased by 50 paisa, it became 70.5 per kilo. The road transport operator, he offered me 350 rupees per ton to transport from the, you can say, location to Tribeni, from Bardhaman to Tribeni. and the moment the vessel came, he is asking 600 rupees per ton. Now, the margin which was there, I was able to sell the requirement was 18 rupees 10 paisa at Purnia, this cargo was to be delivered. So my cost has already increased from you can say just at the vessel cost is 18 rupees 10 paisa. My vessel is idle at Triveni presently, and the cost of which was my selling price is at Katwa itself. I have to sail 400 kilometers on the waterway, deliver last mile connectivity and the cargo. So where is the margin? There is nothing. So now the vessel is idling, I am trying to negotiate. So that is the problem of the trade. So that means there is no facilitation in that aspect. So when we look at the inland water transport trade, it has to be looked into in totality. The solution with regards to all this, what is the solution is multimodal. So we have to look at, think of multimodal and also incentivize, provide incentivizing. For example, what did the metro do? Metro is providing the, you can say local transport reach to the metro station. They provided small, you can say, not bus service, mini buses to bring people to the metro station. Now here I am, standing high and dry with no support from anywhere. So that is what is actually needs to be thought through. That is one. The second is when we are designing vessel, we need to look at whether we can put a ramp on the vessel or whether we can put a crane on the vessel. Now, the moment we put a crane on the vessel, its dead weight will increase. What is the solution? The solution is tug barge flotilla is the only solution which we have in the present constraints. So I request all the industry people, academicians, think of tug barge flotillas. It is the most economical mode in the given circumstances. If we have depth more 3 meter or more, 2.5 meter or more, then we can talk of self-propelled vessels. But if the depth is less than 3 meter, we must think only of tug barge flotilla. It will provide us flexibility in terms of carrying, because the dumb barge can idle for some time, still the cost will be less. That is one. Second is it can carry more cargo on less draft. Third is I can put a crane on a dumb barge. I can have a floating crane. If I put, suppose I am towing 4 barges, one of them has got a crane. So I can use the crane for unloading. Because the terminals which we have got multimodal terminals, but they would be suitable only if the cargo is available in volume. If the cargo is not available in volume, I have to land cargo at small places. My requirement, for example, at every 50 or you can say 60 kilometer, I need to discharge cargo. I have a today requirement of transportation of cement. The cement industry is in Farakka. They want transportation to Patna, to Bhagalpur, Patna, Fatwa, they want to discharge. And what is the parcel size? 150 to 200 tons. I don't need a 2000 ton, but I need to discharge. How do I discharge? I don't have facility to, neither I have mobile cranes available, nor I have floating cranes available. I cannot discharge, so I discharge manually. Manually to discharge or load 300 tons, it takes 4 to 5 days. So what I am left with? I am not left with any economy whatsoever. So therefore, we need to actually look at from that perspective, that is, we need to look at floating barges, floating cranes to provide a most economical solution for inland water transport system. So to conclude, there are, of course, I can go on and on with the experience which I have, but I would like to impress upon 3 points. The first is integrated waterway transport. We need to think long term. Any policy decision which must be taken should not be short term. If it is taken, the waterway transporter must be considered. As I speak, I have got 2 batchmates who have sold, who are today, whose houses have been, they were mortgaged for buying a vessel, but it's been sold. Because they bought vessels and they were not able to pay the loans, etc., they have become bankrupt. So that is, so we need to look at that. The next is tug barge flotilla. Look at tug barge flotilla holistically. Let some research be done by shipyards. You can do resistance tests. We have naval arcs. They can do that. And with the terminals, more number of terminals. I don't need a terminal, big terminal, but what I need is a landing facility where the truck can come nearby. I can have a crane which can handle, or I can have a floating crane which can put. So that is what I need, a landing terminal, a landing surface where I can land cargo, where a crane can stand, it can unload the cargo, and the deep water is available. Because our river system presently is very, very dynamic. Today the terminal, for example, Bhagalpur terminal does not have water. It is high and dry. Our low water jetty at Patna, constrained by road, you can say access and others. So there are a lot of other restrictions. In the given circumstances, floating assets is the requirement, floating terminal, floating crane, and dumb barge flotillas is the solution. And the training of crew, etc. needs to be taken care of. With that, I will conclude. Thank you very much. If any questions, more than open. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Solanki. You mentioned many bottlenecks and constraint in the navigation. Out of them, these can be categorized in the different category, that there are some restrictions, some constraints connected with the nature. Like you mentioned that if the flood period is there, then certainly your cost for movement in the upstream will increase. At the same time, during the fog period, you have the limited navigation time, and during the leanest period, at certain patches, you may not be able to move with the desired navigational depth. So these are the some natural things which needs to be addressed. And then with this, next is that you mentioned about the system, integrated system. You are certainly we are here to discuss the integrated system through which we can integrate the waterway with the road and rail, other mode of transportation. So this, rather than calling it integrated waterway transportation, we can call it integrated transportation, and for which we can provide the logistic operator. We can go in that zone so that a logistic operator can provide all the type of transportation. So that also can be and something is to industry also. So industry also has to take care of, like the vessel design is there. So vessel design, industry can better understand what type of vessel, taking into consideration the turnaround time, efficiency of the fairway, and with regard to the navigation, as you told that navigation aid, we are now proceeding towards implementing the e-navigation system, through which you will have the portable system of navigational aids, etc. And as you suggested, that tug barge flotilla system will be the most effective and practical approach for navigation in the alluvial rivers. So that also can be taken into account by the industry. Industry can consider while planning for the movement. So thank you for your inputs. You have certainly you have experience on the based on your pilot movements, and you mentioned that the longer movement have the margin of margin less, and shorter movement may have the margin. So thank you once again, Captain Indraveer Solanki, for your inputs. I hope that the industry and we will take care of the suggestions. Our next speaker is Mr. Yako Clavet. He is Area Sales Manager, Royal IHC. So we will like to listen about the equipment which will be effective for these alluvial rivers for development of the channel as well as for the navigation. So I would like to welcome Mr. Yako.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, first of all, No, I don't need that. Thank you. Before I start, I would like to thank EY for the invitation, Vicky for the invitation, to give me the opportunity to present a very interesting topic, I believe, for you here today. The topic is effective inland waterways dredging with suitable dredges and maintenance of waterways vessel management. So I would like to focus a little bit on what is the suitable dredging, because that is often a question that I often receive when we are in discussions with customers about dredgers. And this slide, I hope it's clear, yes, this is one of the most important slides of my presentation today. And it's a very simple list. And it's a list which I often ask from customers when they are looking into a new dredger. It's not always easy to get a good answer from them. So it's very important, of course, that if you have a dredging project, that you examine your project very well, and that you have answers to at least these very solid questions. So the first one, channel fairway requirements. How wide and how deep do I need to have my fairway? Very simple question, but it's a valid one. Soil data, this is one of the most important questions that we will ask if we need to come with a solution for your project. So soil data, is it hard clay, soft soil, silt, sand, medium sand, all that stuff? That is extremely important to determine what type of dredger you will need for your project. Current conditions. Current came up in the presentation here before. Of course, this will impact your operation. Less current, less impact. High current, more impact. Sometimes you need to stop your operation. Soil disposal area definition. That is also quite an interesting one. Where do I leave my soil? And I very often encounter this problem here in India. Where do I leave my soil? So when we dredge the soil, where does it go? Can we side cast it just next to the fairway on land, or do we need to pump it 10 kilometers away? So this 10 kilometers away means different pump, booster station, and has impact on your equipment. Water depth restrictions, yeah. We have a amount of standard equipment, which is, and I will come to that a little bit later, but we have standard equipment with certain draft. Of course, in some occasions, but particularly here in the river, this draft is not always be maintainable. In that particular case, we need to design a specific equipment which will face where we can face those problems with these draft problems. Height restrictions, also a very easy one, but good to know. Bridges. We have split poles, maybe 60 meters high. Yeah, if there is a bridge, how often do we need to pass the bridge with this equipment? If it's not that often, we can have a mobile solution, get the spuds out with a crane onshore, put it on the equipment, sail it on the bridge and attach it again. But if you need to often pass bridges, and this is a dilemma, we can make a system where the spud can be automatically or semi-automatically put on deck by means of mechanical power. And then, of course, other environmental conditions. In this particular area, when we bring in the equipment, wherever it's manufactured, it needs to be transported by trucks on trailers, because sometimes it's a remote area, sometimes it's less remote. It's very important also to know where the equipment needs to go for us, so that we can design this accordingly. One of the solutions could be a water injection dredger. I heard this before in this project. And I just want to very briefly explain to you what an injection dredger does. So it has a big pump. The vessel is self-propelled. It has a big pump, sucks in water, brings water via these tubes close to the bottom, and with medium speed but high volume, fluidize the top layer of the bottom. So you get fluid soil, so to say, which will be transported by the current of the river, of the or the area where it has to be done. In this particular case, of course, the river. And this comes very close to the solution of Mr. Sharma with the bundling and all these structures to create a flow, etc. And to make sure that automatically the river will be kept to depth by its natural means. The other solution is, for example, a cutter suction dredger. And this is a picture of a cutter suction dredger with a side cast system. So here it's very simple. Everything that we dredge, the soil, it will be side casted to the side. It can be on land. That sometimes is, of course, a problem, but it can also be next to the fairway. If you dump it next to the fairway, it's very, very easy to say that it will maybe flow back to the fairway sometime again. So you have to keep that in mind in your project. We have developed these standard cutter suction dredges, which we call the beaver types. We have 5 types. And all of them, except for the largest one, are transportable by road. So we can bring them in a lot of remote locations. These are the standard types. If we need to modify this for your particular operation, and now let's see how this works. Can I have some attention there? Yeah. No. So if we go to the anchor booms, the anchor boom button. So this is our standard dredger. If you go to the anchor boom button, and I hope this will work. It doesn't work exactly, but this is a lengthened standard cutter suction dredger. So we have made the standard cutters for a certain dredging depth. We can adapt by lengthening up to a certain extent the dredging depth. So if you require more dredging depth, we can do that. Next one, please. If you have a certain operation where you need to be quick, we can add a spud pole pontoon. So the spud pole pontoon is the pontoon on the back, which pushes the dredger forward instead of the more mechanical forward motion. This is quicker, but of course it requires a spud pole pontoon. This can fasten your operation quite substantially, but it's also much depending on how deep you need to dredge layer by layer. If you have a lot of layers, it will not be that quick. If you have 1 meter, for example, only, it can be very quick. Next one. Okay, so these are the most of the options of the standard cutter. So we have possibilities to modify these cutters. If we need more modification, and this is a typical example of what we did for the dredges that are in the National Waterway 1 for Adanis, the requirement was that we need to have a dredging width of 45 meters. And to obtain that width, we have modified the pontoon behind the Beaver 40. And that is a spud pole pontoon with an extended length. And by doing so, we were able to achieve this width of 45 meters of your channel. So, if these kind of modifications to the standard equipment are not possible, then we come into the area of custom. So we always have a solution for you. If it's standard, if it does not fit into our standard, we go to the customs. But customs means designed almost from scratch. And the picture on the left, it's a Beaver 40 type with a dredging depth of 35 meters. This was designed for a water reservoir, where quite often these reservoirs are deep. And it also has some special environmental turbidity solutions, so that there is not a lot of turbidity into the water. That's also, from the environmental point of view, extremely important. The example on the right, that is one of our smaller custom dredgers, which is specifically designed for hard rock, but a small cutter for harder rock. Usually, hard rock is large cutter power, larger equipment, and this was specifically smaller equipment, but still for hard rock. So you see from the dredging equipment point of view, there are a lot of solutions for your particular project. But the question is always, please make all your requirements for your project known to us, and our consultants can make together with you the proper solution for the dredging equipment. Another thing which is very important, we have our offices in Mumbai from 2011 and with the workshop from 2018. And one of the reasons, of course, why we have this office is to support our customers locally. So we have a staff of 15 people, 4 service engineers, 2 electrical, 2 mechanical. And these people, next to service jobs, will also help launch, startup, commissioning of the projects, and all these additional requirements that are required for you. Yeah, this is my last slide. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thanks, Mr. Clive. Actually, more questions actually after seeing your presentation. So there are technological options available. That is very heartening to know. And I'm glad that a lot of customization that has happened over the years within your inventory is an outcome of your experiences on NW1. Now, having said that, my challenges are quite manifold actually. One is once we create a fairway, I mean, giving a one-time contract for a couple of years, the point is that you have to maintain a certain level. You have to maintain a certain level. So this is something we cannot just in perpetuity give out contracts all the time. So we have to, you know, at critical locations that we identify, we have to station these dredgers. And these dredgers should be fast enough to, you know, move from one point to the other, because sedimentation, there is no pattern to it. So today you may have a shoal here, next year you may not have a shoal. So are there technologies available which can enable rapid movement of dredgers? Because if I have to maintain a 1500 kilometer long stretch on National Waterway 1, for example, I would need one dredger, say, every how many kilometers? 200 to 250 kilometers. So maintaining that longer and big an inventory would also be a challenge. So what do we do about the portability of this equipment? Are there faster, smaller, and more, you know, more dynamic solutions available?
Yeah, that is a very valid question. Of course, in river areas where there is a lot of current, or areas where there is a lot of current, you are limited to the sailing power that you have available. Most of, for example, the cutter dredges are not self-propelled, so you need to make use of a tug, which is most of the time a very suitable solution. If you go into the self-propelled cutters, which I knew we had discussed that before, that is all possible, but that makes the cutter extremely pricey, and your speed is also pretty limited. It can all be done, but it's also limited, so I don't believe that is the optimum solution. We are also looking into different hull shapes, but with cutters, it's pontoons, you can of course fine-tune a little bit, but not that much. So, yeah, quick transportation, that is, specifically in rivers with a lot of current, that is always, for every equipment that you need to move in the river, a challenge. Yeah. But it's something definitely that we can have a better look into, because we can think of maybe different draft, different resistant exposures, those kind of things. Yes. Yeah.
One question from my side. This is, as you mentioned, that the dredgers for the customized dredgers are available, and and this is as I told also, that there is a need, especially if talk about the National Waterway number 1 itself. There are the different type of silt pattern. Starting, if we'll talk in near to Varanasi, there is some hard patches are there, and if we'll go down, the silt is getting finer than finer. So for that injection dredger, as you mentioned, those also may be to some extent may be effective. But suppose these mixed type of dredging equipments are being deployed in these about 600-700 kilometers of the stretches. So how if in case of any breakdown, what is the mechanism and what is the system you would like to suggest the operator to do? Take care.
Yeah, in terms of breakdown
yeah.
Like breakdown management, yeah. So all the dredges, wherever you get them, it's still mechanical. It's mechanical machines, it's machinery, and of course they are likely to, it's possible that they can break down. Another thing with a dredger is also you have a lot of wear because you are pumping sand, you are moving sand. Sand, water mixtures means a lot of wear. So this has to be taken into account into your planning of your operation. And breakdown, for example, the first step that we did is that we moved, we did not move, but we generated a Mumbai office with service engineers in India so that we could be quicker to our customers. But if there is quite a substantial fleet and the volume is there, we could also provide a more local service level of people located near the area. And of course that is a big challenge because I know the Ganga is, 1,250 kilometers long, so that is, where do you locate those people? But I think there are definitely possibilities to have more service located areas from our side close to where the equipment is. But that usually comes also with the volume of the equipment. If there is enough volume, then it's substantial to do this. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Clevit.
Yeah.
Any other question from the audience, please?
Hello. This question between you and Harry Delay. See, you have been dredging Rhine and Rhine system for many years. I know you are like a surgeon who will always do a surgery, bring dredgers to dredge. But have they estimated through the study of siltation, the amount of building up of the silt which is going to take place this year, next year, and then plan the dredging and deploy the dredger in optimum way? Has that been done in Europe anywhere?
I don't know if you I'm not familiar with, but
I told you are a surgeon who will always do the surgery. But prevention is always better than cure.
Yeah, that's true. But if you know in advance, if there is after monsoon, for example.
That is what the system I want to.
Yes.
System for estimation of the built up all the silt.
Yeah. I think that is also coming into the area of the data collection and historical data comparing with future forecasts. So I can imagine that if you have a monsoon coming up, and I don't know, that I'm not so familiar with. You are much more familiar in that field than I am. But if you can...
I'm asking you about the European solution.
Oh yeah, no, that I don't know.
But Harry, can you enlighten on this?
No.
No, not really. Sorry. I'm a navigation expert, a waterway expert, not a dredging expert.
Yeah.
I have limitations.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clevit. I hope that in this session, this technical session, we would have been able to understand all the aspects of the aspects as well as the challenges in inland navigation. We started from the alluvial challenges, then the equipments what are available for the dredging, and then the complete challenges which are there and the challenges and the system to be adopted for to establish an ecosystem for best navigation system. And then the industry perspective also, Captain Solanki have been able to clear it, that what are the industry perspective with regard to this inland waterways. And Professor Shah explained his technique for resolving the bottleneck which is there in upper stretches of the Ganga. So with this, I would like to thank all the speakers for sparing their valuable time, and to all the audience also to listen their observation as well as the technical, their expertise. Thank you once again to all. Thank you.
Thank you, session moderator, Mr. Mishra, for conducting this session very well, and thank you to each and every one of our speakers for sharing their time and expertise with us. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude the first technical session. As you're aware that we've already served you the tea and coffee inside, and we'll not be breaking for the tea coffee break. So we will straight away move forward to the next special session, which is a special session with Bangladesh. So thank you, speakers. We'll request you to take your respective seats in the audience. We will take 5 minutes to just make the necessary table arrangements. Request you to please remain with us, and then we will begin the special session with Bangladesh. Please come forward for a group photograph. Can we have the photographer here, please, for a group photograph? ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ लेने के लिए आप प्लीज आ जाइए आगे. A very warm welcome to you, ladies and gentlemen, to our special session with Bangladesh, which is focused on regional connectivity. Please join me in welcoming our session moderator, Shri Arnab Bandyopadhyay, Lead Transport Specialist, Program Leader from World Bank. May I request you to please join us on stage. I'd also like to now extend a very warm welcome and invite on stage our esteemed speakers for this session. Shri Sanjay Bandyopadhyay, Chairman, Indian Waterways Authority of India. Commodore Ghulam Sadiq, Chairman, Bangladesh Inland Water Transport Authority. Shri Vimal Kumar Srivastava, Principal Commissioner, Customs and AP, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. Mr. Mahfouz Hamid, Managing Director, Gulf Orient Seaways Limited. He will be joining us virtually. Mr. Anshuman Mustafi, Managing Director of Merck's Bangladesh. He will also be joining us virtually. And Mr. Reep Hazarika, Managing Director from the Brahmaputra Cracker and Polymer Limited. May I request everyone to please welcome our esteemed speakers with a big round of applause. As you know that this is specially dedicated to Bangladesh, and I would like to now request session moderator, Mr. Arnab Bandyopadhyay, to kindly make his opening remarks and take over the session.
Thanks, ma'am, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this special session. May I request you to take your seats, please, or if you have some discussions you would like to engage, then can you please go out of the hall? That would be useful. Thanks so much. First of all, it's my privilege to moderate this special session with Bangladesh, and this session is not only for Bangladesh. I think it has a larger implication for regional waterways in the eastern part of South Asia. Particularly, this is an effort what I have to say both India and Bangladesh have launched, but eventually Nepal and Bhutan and also East Asia will gain from. Some of you must have heard who are involved in this sector on the regional waterway concept, the regional waterway grid. I have actually one slide just to set the context very quickly, and then of course I would invite the speakers. Today, again, we are privileged to have an array of distinguished speakers, the two chairmen from Inland Waterway Authority of India and also Bangladesh Inland Waterway and Transport Authority, who are the heads of the inland waterway management in these two countries. We also have the privilege of the Principal Commissioner Customs, because a large part of integrated water transport is actually trade facilitation and customs. So we would have the opportunity to hear from him. We also have a good representation from the shipper side. Mr. Hazarika is here, who would actually give his perspective from the shipper side and what are the opportunities or potential for regional movement. And we have two of our colleagues who are joining virtually, Mr. Hamid and Mr. Mustafid, who represent the operator side. So without much ado, very quickly, I just wanted you to remind, I think some of you are over these yesterday, and mostly yesterday you saw the grid. This is actually how the grid looks like. Its backbone is waterways, and the Ganga, Brahmaputra, Meghna, Padma river system.
You have left the Rajshahi part.
I see. Okay, so maybe when you speak, you can bring that in, sir. But yes, there will be a smaller connectivity also. But interestingly, there is also, this is multimodal in nature, as you would see. There is land connectivity to Nepal, there is land connectivity to Bhutan. The Bhutan land connectivity is already working. Nepal, to some extent, yes, we are hoping that it will soon be a reality. And then there is a process of evolution, which I also wanted to highlight, and why this is so important and aligns well with this whole Gati Shakti concept. The process of evolution is, as you have seen, a seamlessness. So the waterway corridor is seamless. with harmonized, the vision is with harmonized infrastructure, processes and systems, which we'll hear today, how we are doing on that and what are the future plans. There is an element of multimodality, which is very, very important for waterways, as all of us know. So eventually a transport corridor with the elements of multimodality. And the third, which is actually particularly very, very important in this case and has a lot of potential, is to develop it as a development corridor. When we are talking about a development corridor, let's realize that this 3,500 kilometer waterway corridor actually passes through a region where in South Asia, about 60 crores or 600 million people live in this influence area, and it could provide a tremendous economic opportunity for them. We have actually seen this transformation in China, in Yangtze, and we are seeing some of the other countries, they are actually trying to develop this. So let us also keep it in mind that this is just not only improve the navigability and trade in the region, but has the potential to become actually a development corridor in South Asia. Having said that, without much ado, may I now actually request Mr. Sanjay Bandyopadhyay, Chairman, Inland Waterways Authority of India, to come and say a few words, sir.
There is a presentation of mine. Can you load it, please? And main slide, go to the main slide. Is it my slide? No. Yes. Go to the main slide, please. So this presentation is just to flag the issues. As we sit here today on the Bangladesh issues, everybody knows that water transport was the best mode of transport and most popular before we got independence. The region was a continuous movement on water transport, and all of you also knows that the route they were choked, and it was connected between the river systems of the two countries and to the northeast. And especially the northeast still remembers their products being brought to the ports of Chittagong and Calcutta through these river systems. So now we sit here trying to integrate the interest of both the countries. Rather, more than that, Bhutan is also using the waterways and requested us to develop their waterways. Nepal has also requested us to develop their waterways. Next, please. Because the earlier slide, as you could see, were showing also the connectivity by road and the rail. This is the river system. So we have the Ganga river system converting into Hooghly, coming to Calcutta, going through the Sundarban to Bangladesh, connecting northeast, the river system to right up to Dibrugarh and Sadia, and here through the Barak river to Silchar and to Tripura. And we have port of call, which you are aware of, and the routes. One is the developed route, but still requires, is work in progress, still requires some dredging, equipping the ports, increasing the efficiency of port. We also have this Rajshahi part, our Maya to Rajshahi, which is a shorter route from Varanasi to Gati on the Brahmaputra river system and to Silchar. And whatever we have planned, if it fructifies, then we'll see a much cheaper and a faster route compared to the road and the rail. Because as we go, as the world moves and our transportation system moves to the most efficient system, the water system is 80% more efficient than roads and 19% more efficient than rail. And it's a natural system. We have created systems and layers which is creating choking of the roads and the rail. If one visit Petrapol, they will see that the queue of trucks are there for 7 days, 10 days. And other points are also choked. Has to be, because man-made system cannot be as efficient as the nature-made system which has developed over 100 million years. So what we are trying to do is again bringing nature into the transport. Natural system should be the mode of transport, and we are trying to improve the waterways. The details are given here. The port of calls are also given here. And first requirement is continuous dredging, because so much of silt is being thrown. As the earlier speakers were talking about solution, I think that they're all marketing solutions. We always have to go to the natural solutions given by nature, tried elsewhere, so that we can prevent siltation, which is a very difficult task with development coming in. But we are trying to do that, and we have found some results through bundling, through other natural processes. And then, when there are no solutions, we are trying to do dredging. When we are going through this session into specifics, we'll see that there are stretches in our Hooghly system, then going into Bangladesh on their river system, and then connecting to the Brahmaputra through Chilmari in that system, in the Barak river system, where a lot of silt is thrown by several rivers joining together and draining their water and silt into these river systems. It has been historically a very difficult system to maintain the navigability. If one reads through the major works which were being done, they will always find that this river system has to be dredged continuously. That is the main problem of our water transport, and we are trying to overcome that. Then there are the infrastructure issues on the terminals, increasing the efficiency of terminals, reducing the waitage time to wait on the terminals for loading on the vessels, berthing of the vessels. Those we are sorting out. We are trying to increase the capacity of the terminals right from Varanasi to our Hooghly system on the Brahmaputra. So now Haldia port will be coming up. We are dredging the channel. It has already been awarded to operator. We are trying to improve Dhubri and Pandu. We are building up a cargo terminal right on Bogeybil, that is Dibrugarh. The terminals on the Barak river are being improved. While we are discussing, the chairman of Bangladesh Water Transport will tell about the other system. They have problems in the Chilmari section where the depth reduces when we are trying to cross. Barak river system has also to be dredged, and we are ready to share costs with them. There is a demand of the Feni river system, which is again, as they say, it's a difficult river in their area, but if Feni is connected, river system is connected, distance from Tripura to the Bay of Bengal will be shortened. Actually, as the crow flies, it's just 30 kilometers from the Tripura to Bay of Bengal. So Tripura, which takes so much of time and distance to travel by road and train, is connected to the sea, to the Bay of Bengal, by a stretch of 50 kilometers, 54 kilometers of river. And then the ports are available. Chittagong will benefit out of it. Haldia will benefit out of it. So we see that the vessels coming on this system, I will talk about cargo also. This was the cargo which we have seen, breakup of the cargo which went on this river system. Mostly, as we know it, they are the slow-moving commodity cargoes. We are trying to increase the transportation of more valuable cargo. This is the trade which has taken place. And as we improve the facilities, increase the efficiency of the terminals and the river system, we bring in night navigation more and more. We'll see that these are just numbers which will follow and go on increasing. we are seeing one of the largest increase in this trade. There are some agreements which have been signed. We can leave this presentation and whoever interested can go into more details. So there have been agreement on the port of call, on the routes, giving facility to seafarers, to the cargo users, and there are groups also which are dealing with the issues, common issues and problem. And these things come on every day, and between both of us and down below we discuss every day and sort it out. Then there's many constraints on the infrastructure side, on the softer issues, like Mr. Vimal Srivastava from here, he will throw more light on the custom issues. So there are custom issues which through technical solutions we will be improving. We are improving every day. And in this forum there are many barge operators, people from the trade who can ask question and highlight on the issues, and we'll trying to find solution. So just to, before I end, so with the help of the entire waterway community, the extended community, we are trying to do a lot of work in this river system, which will benefit finally the people of this, both the countries. We still remember the muslin of Dhaka. They also remember the food products which have gone from India to Bangladesh. And as times change, we see the demand and supply of cargo between the both countries also change. But they are increasing continuously. And we are committed here to improve the water transport and to prove that this is the more efficient and the cheaper mode of transport. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, sir, for this very comprehensive presentation. And I hope we would get a little bit of time for interaction at the end of the session. We do have a tight session because there are 6 speakers. So again, I think it's my privilege to now invite Commodore Sadek, Chairman, Bangladesh Inland Waterway Transport Authority, to come and make his presentation. I also wanted to have this, wanted to give a warm welcome to you, sir, because I know last time you were not here physically. You couldn't come to Dibrugarh, although you wanted to come. But great to have you here among us. Please, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arnab. The picture shows, my picture is just, it was a special photo taken by somebody. So I actually do not look like that. Here, you can see me here. Thank you very much for inviting me and allowing me to this special session. And we really appreciate that the Indian Water Transport Authority, how they are so extensively working to promote the inland waterways. We are really encouraged because directly if you look at this picture here and the session, the topic, the pivotal point to seamless regional connectivity in South Asia is Bangladesh. If you look at the map there, you saw that I tried to touch with the red line, Nepal, Indian western coast, western part of Bangladesh, and also Bhutan, and then northeastern provinces of India. So we have legs and hands all are tied with these 4 parts. So if you pull us, you can be benefited. That's why we are working together so that seamless transportation or logistics can be done and enhance our economical condition. If we go to the next slide, my presentation will mostly show that how important is the inland water transportation system in the logistics of this region for economic benefit. If you go to the, I can place, right? Okay. So just to introduce ourselves, Bangladesh Inland Water Transport Authority, basically we are a very old organization of the government which started in 1958, before we are even our liberation. And you know that India helped us tremendously in getting our liberation in 1971, and we have started as Bangladesh Inland Water Transport Authority from then in 1972. And we are the conservator of Inland Waterways Authority, accepting the fitness of or registration of vessels, which is done by our DG Shipping. And also we have bilateral trade between Bangladesh, India, and also we have started with Bhutan and Nepal. In a short moment I will show what our government wants these days. Our core responsibility and mission is to ensure inland coastal shipping by developing, preserving waterways and providing physical infrastructure facilities, including operation and maintenance of inland ports and landing stations. We also outsource, although some of the ports we run by ourselves, most of them are outsourced by different operators. Ensuring navigability of waterways by undertaking planned dredging operations. We have very capable in dredging operations, especially our father of the nation, just after liberation, he brought 7 dredgers, considering the importance of inland waterways. You know, we are a riverine country and a delta. So he started there, but for some time we ignored the waterways, and now for last 10 years, now in our inventory, just BIWTA inventory, we have 45 dredgers, and our plan by 2030 will have 80 dredgers, and privately owned dredgers we have another around 150, and our Water Resource Ministry, the Water Development Board, who looks after the flood control and also the irrigation side, they have another 30 odd dredgers. So we are very strong and capable dredging department to continue dredge and keep our inland waterways navigable. We also the authority for conducting hydrographic survey in inland waterways, and we have the aid to navigation that we provide. Also another important role for us for rescue and salvage operations. As I have heard that you have some problems with salvages in inland waterways, we have salvage vessels, and we have contact with private salvage organizations. If you have seen in the Google, last 2-3 years, whatever accidents we had for the passenger ferries and also the cargo ferries, we could very successfully salvaged and also prevented some of the very almost accidents, means which would have lot of casualties. So in India-Bangladesh trade relations, Chairman Bandyopadhyay just now told that is actually the cheapest and the most economically viable modes of transport. But just I will show you in a graphical way that if you look at this, the distribution of freight demand mode by mode, if you look at the rail, roads, and I'm not talking about air here, air freight also very important, where you can see that is the shortest, but how the graph goes on to the maritime or the inland waterway system. When it becomes longer and volume wise, of course, which is very important. The previous session the speakers were talking about that, so we must, if we have the multimodal system, there we should have the highest importance on the inland waterways. This study also shows that how slowly when we consider the distance and volume, it goes on the inland waterway system actually, including sea. And greener is an issue of the day now because the climate change has a very adverse impact on the world, and this shows how it is important to have inland waterways. And I was very encouraged to see that the IWI also working for greening the vessels. We have already started with our the development partners how best we can have vessels fuel efficient with green facility like dual fuel or hydrogen fuel or LNG vessels, bring them into the inland shipping. Our Bangladesh perspective is we are ready to provide all support, especially the connect the Indian northeastern states with the main state, seamless regional and sub-regional connectivity, that is with Bhutan and Nepal. Bhutan we have already started from Dhubri. We have good connectivity through Chilmari and down to Naranganj. If you know the place, Naranganj near Dhaka, the other side of the Buriganga river. And infrastructure support we are providing everywhere. We are developing most of our the inland ports, the port of calls like Chilmari development work already approved by government. There is another port in just south of Chilmari, Bahadurabad, another port of call that is also already developed. And Nagarbari port is also under development. We are building, we have already inland container terminal at Pangao, Mukhtarpur, and we are building one in Naranganj. Also Ashuganj is just the tender evaluation has finished, so I hope by the time of end of this year we can start the construction. So another 5 or 4 years time the transit and transshipment of trades will have a huge improvement. You know the benefits, I have just listed few. I think we can count more. That is the actually connectivity that we have. As I was telling, can we cannot, no, just point it out? No.
There is no pointer in this.
Oh, pointer, okay, okay. Okay. No, I think, okay. I think you can understand there are, the names are there, Dhulian and Godagari. Godagari is on our part, it's very small stretch of water. But the importance that Chairman Bandyopadhyay was talking about the Rajshahi part, which Mr. Arnab was not, Arnab's graph, it was not shown. Here from Godagari, the distance would be hugely reduced, almost 800 to 900 kilometers. If we follow that way and come up to Aricha you cannot, if you can read that, the confluence of Brahmaputra and the Ganges, the Podda as we call it. So from there straightway you can go up to whatever place you want to go in Assam. And we have also last in 2020 we have started that route 9 and 10 to connect Tripura, there the Gomti river. We couldn't start yet the dredging, but very soon we have the project also under consideration of the government. And the Borak river system, as we call it, Shurma in our part, Karimganj and Zakiganj, is just other side. The river actually divides the two countries, and that part we are dredging by ourselves. And as IWA said that they want to also participate, we can do a JTC and of course improve on that. So just now we have discussed that. Chairman Bandyopadhyay actually mentioned that there are 13 on each side. Yes, 13. Why I put 11 here? Because that we have 2 extended ports actually. So altogether 26 on both sides. So I was talking about the in focus 5 and 6 route. That is the Aricha, Rajshahi, Godagari and Sultanganj, Moya, Dhulian. That route actually you can reduce. We had a shipment from Bihar, right, sir? From Patna, we had the Tata Steel had few shipments which took almost 30 days. One shipment went 30 days, another took another 1 week because of the shallow patches in Chilmari area and the size of the vessel. But it can be reduced to half if we can use that Rajshahi and route up to Aricha. That is the that cargo we have, the statistics. Just now it is already shown by Chairman Bandyopadhyay, so I am not showing it. And that is we have regularly we are actually in focus in 2020. Despite COVID, we had High Commissioner Riva Ganguly and our Secretary Mesbauddin has signed the second addendum to improve our connectivity. So it's really very encouraging. We are working very close together. And that is, I wanted to show that how much the route can be reduced. Now from Kolkata area, it goes up to Chandpur and then go up, and we can reduce that, cut it half on the lower part if you look at the route. And if we can use Rajshahi Aricha. And tourism, that is the most encouraging and booming sector, that if the investors can invest here. We had, because due to COVID we could not proceed further, but I really appreciate Mr. Raj Singh that he is taking so much of initiative to improve that. This is an area that is neglected so far, but I would request, if the investors are present here, the operators are present here, we are ready to provide all kind of supports so that we can explore the tourism through the inland waterways. We have a huge challenge, you know, the challenges were discussed heavily. Sir, Chairman Mondobhai, you can look at those, the satellite pictures, and very dynamic river. But we have, in Bangladesh, we have found out a lot of solutions, and regularly we have some consultants, in-house consultants who are really working with the BIWTA to always point out where our dredgers should go. Our Vice Chairman Jayant Singh was asking about the portability. In Bangladesh, we have already established 7 dredger bases, so we have permanent dredgers kept there to intervene immediate problems. And we have a common communication system with all our inland ports and with the central dredging department, so that and also the operators, if there's anybody pointed out that the siltation is happening, the routes are choked, immediately we can send our dredgers from that dredger base. And also maintenance is also easy. The dredger bases have their own maintenance. The first-hand maintenance, the first aid they can do in the base itself. Other challenges, you know, the river erosion, heavy flood and strong current. That's why the during the monsoon, the upstream movement is very difficult. And of course, the lack of technological development. Now it is very encouraging that we have brought the international consultants to sort out or innovate something to improve upon our inland waterways. So these are very obvious, all are discussed, but we are really trying hard to sort out our problems. And the third point I want to bring into your notice, that diversification of product portfolio, that only fly ash or rice or food product is not enough. Whatever the importers or exporters try to use the inland waterways, I think that will help you in reducing the cost of the product, definitely. So we want your confidence on this inland waterways transportation. The good news are that from Bangladesh side, our government is very, very positive in improving and providing support in the regional connectivity through inland waterways. As you know that we have our the visionary Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina just delivered that Delta plan of 2100, very ambitious plan I must say, but we have a separate fund allocated, and Delta committee, the very high level committee chaired by the Prime Minister herself, so they meet every 2 months to find out how best we can revive our rivers and use them for economic purpose, including one of the important purposes is the transportation. And BIWTA is tasked to revive and maintain 10,000 kilometers of navigable waterways. We have already done, for last 3 years, we have gone up to 3,500. And 2030 is our target. We will continuously maintain this 10,000 kilometers. That is a part of also our Delta plan. And government strategy is shifting the load of cargo from roads to rail and waterways, so that is another good news. Facilitate an estimated increase of triple volume of trade between Bangladesh and India by waterways. You have seen the graph, how it is increasing day by day. Same that integrate the cross-border infrastructure connectivity. That is good news that World Bank and USAID, World Bank is investing on the other side, on the India part, USAID is investing on our part. The Brahmaputra basin is being looked after by World Bank, I think on both sides. And the multimodal transport system also across South Asia coming up. And the last but not the least is the river tourism that we should look after. Thank you very much for listening to me and giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
I hope this works. So thanks so much, sir, for bringing the Bangladesh perspective. It's so comprehensive. Just few quick takeaways, and I think what you have also shown in your presentation is how the long supply chains and multimodality actually essentially favors, waterways, which is very true across the world. You had particularly specified also the role of India's northeast states, which I think we need to think about, that how to involve them in this whole the whole regional waterways dialogue. You have assured us about the highest level of your government in kind of they're overseeing this, and which is very reassuring. And you have also mentioned on the trade side, I fully agree with you that currently my understanding is 95 to 96% of the trade is fly ash, which is waterborne, and we'll have to kind of diversify for also one of the reasons that it will be less vulnerable to policy changes. You heard from the earlier session that how the coal movement was actually impacted because of the policy change and the government of India. But we see some signs of this, and which are very encouraging. We see, new cargoes are being added, and high-value cargoes also are being looked into. So those are, I think, few key takeaways. But again, I hope that if the audience has some questions, we'll have some time at the end, at least 5 to 7 minutes to answer those. With that, I'm moving to actually Mr. Vimal Kumar Srivastava, who is the Principal Commissioner of Customs and EP, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. So you want to move there, sir? Okay, please. So, sir, please tell us about, what are the facilitation at the customs level. I know that continuously you're working on it, sir. And over to you, sir. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the floor. And very good afternoon to everyone. I am Vimal Kumar Srivastava, Principal Commissioner Customs and Export Promotion. And I'm here to represent the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, Government of India, Ministry of Finance. First of all, I would like to thank the Chairman, Inland Waterways Authority of India, for organizing this session, this conclave in the city of Varanasi, which is strategically very important, and I'm going to touch upon those points during my presentation. And I'm also thankful to you, sir, for inviting customs, because as you have told that there are many softer issues which need to be tackled, and I'm going to present in my slides how customs is tackling certain issues which have been pointed out by the stakeholders. So before starting the session, let me come straight that I have certain expectations, and I need some feedback from the stakeholders during formal and informal interactions, because customs need to know what are the areas where there is scope of improvements. And as a matter of fact, let me also tell you that I was present in the previous session which was held in Dibrugarh in April this year. And on the basis of certain feedback, CBIC has enabled 2 more movements very recently in the month of September, which pertain to movement to Bangladesh of Indian exports and movement from Bangladesh crossing India to third countries using inland waterways. And I'm going to present how these 2 enablements have been made by way of certain standard operating procedures. I also want to recall some of the statements made here, particularly the chairman of Bangladesh Waterways Authority. And yes, there is a need to look at high value cargo. I mean, it's not enough to satisfy ourselves with fly ash and coal, etc. And customs is also thinking in those terms, and one of my slides is going to be dedicated to that also. So this is a special session on Bangladesh. And when we talk about the Bangladesh and the waterways, then, and particularly regional connectivity through waterways, then of course trade, transit, transshipment using waterways is the key area which we have to focus on. And when we talk about this region, then we have to think about the region surrounding Bangladesh, which is India, Bhutan, Nepal, Myanmar, all the countries taken together as a complete ecosystem. So I'm going to present what is the role of customs in this ecosystem. With this context slide, let me tell you 4 important aspects, which is the bilateral trade, transit trade, movement of goods across the region, and movement of passenger and cruise services, and the role of customs in these. Now, before we begin, I'm just going to list out certain important bilateral arrangements and regional arrangements which Government of India has with Bangladesh and other countries. So I've just listed 8 which I think are important, starting with trade agreement with India and Bangladesh 2015. Actually, it existed in 1970s, since 1970s, but it was renewed in 2015. Then there is an MOU establishing border hearts. Third is a protocol on inland water transit and trade, which is PIWTT of 2015. Again, it was there since 1970s, but renewed in 2015. Then there is an agreement on the use of Chattogram and Mogla ports for movement of goods to and from India, 2018. There is an agreement on coastal shipping. There is an MOU on passenger and cruise services, 2015. There is an agreement of passenger and bus service, 2015. And there are certain regional trade agreements and arrangements, a few of them like SAFTA, Asia Pacific Trade Agreement, or APTA, BIMSTEC regional arrangement, SASEC regional arrangement, etc. But if we focus on waterways, then the list becomes shorter, and I think only these 4 are important when you talk about use of waterways in enhancing regional connectivity. So in the next slide, I'm just going to outline how customs plays a role in this entire gamut. We have seen there are a number of agreements and arrangements with other countries, particularly Bangladesh. Customs participates in the international negotiations. For example, if we talk about the agreement on use of Chattogram and Mongla port, Customs was very much involved with the Ministry of Shipping in all the negotiating sessions. And with mutual consent internally, we decided upon what would be the port of call, what would be the port of additional call, etc. And also, once the agreement was signed, we also participated in finalizing the standard of operating procedures. That means a mutual agreement between the customs of 2 sides, how the goods and ships, etc., are going to move into the territory of each other, what will the procedures involved, etc. Once this international arrangement is sealed, then our domestic regulatory process starts. Then we notify the customs stations, particularly those have been decided upon as a port of call. We notify them as customs stations. And we also notify the associated routes. For example, all the routes on PIWTT or the protocol routes have been notified under the custom notification along with the land customs stations. Then we start creating the facility. We provide clearance facilities. We enable electronic data interchange systems. Then we are engaged in day-to-day facilitating clearances, import and export clearances. And customs is a lead agency at any customs station which coordinate with other agencies also. For example, food authorities, quarantine authorities also, before final clearance for import or export is granted. For the cargo to move. In this slide, I'm just touching upon the notification of land customs station on waterways. In fact, we all know that use of waterway is as old as the history of mankind. In fact, all big civilizations have taken root on the basin of the great cities like Ganga and Brahmaputra. And trade has happened since ages. Wherever trade takes international shape, customs notify those particular crossing points as land custom stations. And particularly if we talk about the Ganga-Brahmaputra basin, the river system is so intertwined, it is so networked, that custom has to notify around 19 land custom stations with waterways as the routes, along with land route, with or without land or rail route. So I'll just show which are these 19 land custom stations, mainly with India-Bangladesh border, which have some notified riverine routes as well. The list is long, but if we see which are the active routes here, then we will just see now Khowai Ghat. There are only 4 active here: Khowai Ghat, Karimganj, Dhubri, and Shela Bazaar. But there are potential for a few more like Shimandpur, Jogi Gofa, Guwahati, or Pandu Port, where the inland waterway is creating more facilities and infrastructure for utilizing the potential. So, although a very few of these land custom stations are active, so long as waterways are concerned, but the fact that these have been notified under the customs notification, it shows that these routes have been historically used for trade and transit across the countries. Now, let me touch upon the most important trade and transit arrangement with Bangladesh. So far as waterways is concerned, this is Protocol on Inland Waterway Transit and Trade. We call it PIWTT. And it's a long-standing protocol with Bangladesh on transit and trade through inland waterways. And as I told, it existed since 1972 and last renewed in 2015. And there are 10 protocol routes. 2 addenda were added in the meanwhile. And along with 10 protocol routes, there are 11 port of call and 2 extended port of call, each in Bangladesh and India, so 13 each side, making it 26 altogether. And these ports of call are used for vessels from each side. That means vessels are given access. They can apply it up to that designated protocol route, up to those port of call, and load or unload their goods from there. So when the second addenda was signed to the PIWTT, Customs reviewed the status, and we found that certain port of calls are yet to be notified. And as a result, in the year 2020 and 2021, we notified 5 more ports of call, which are Dhulian, Kolaghat, Jogi Gofa, Badarpur, Tribeni, for authorizing them for doing bilateral trade with Bangladesh. So as of now, all ports of call have been notified under customs notification, but for one, which is Maya. Maya is also strategically very important because it is going to take a very shorter route, less time, less cost. But because of some infrastructural issues at Maya, Custom is holding on this notification, and we are in touch with Inland Waterways authorities so as to create infrastructure, so as to resolve the issue of a custodian at that particular point. Once these requirements are fulfilled, Maya is also going to be notified as a port of call, as a land custom station under custom notification. So let me go a little beyond what is already there in the existing protocol route, particularly on the National Waterway 1. As we all know, there is a proposal to extend waterway up to Varanasi, and that is why I said that Varanasi is very important strategically for holding this conference. So this proposal came to Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs sometime in 2018 from Ministry of Shipping. We deliberated upon it, and in 2020, CBIC gave its in-principle consent to notify both Varanasi and Sahibganj as land custom station in expectation that this particular thing, this particular proposal will become a reality one day. And we all know that developments are taking place both at Varanasi and Sahibganj. When we see this particular facility with custom perspective and facilitation perspective, there are certain benefits which are coming out of it. There are certain enablements which are flowing from these new notifications, likely to be notifications. First is, it is going to enhance bilateral trade with Bangladesh because barges can be loaded either at Varanasi or Sahibganj. It will take National Waterway 1 route which up to Kolkata, and from Kolkata it will take the same protocol route, enter the Bangladesh. I've just given this example, Varanasi to Patna, to Sahibganj, to Kolkata, to Haldia, to Hemnagar. Hemnagar is the border crossing point, and to Bangladesh. So this is one possibility. Second possibility is that this particular lightning notification is going to enable transit movement through Bangladesh using the protocol route. Transit movement means goods loaded at Varanasi can take the same National Waterway 1, enter Bangladesh from Hemnagar, take the same protocol route, and exit, say, from Dhubri to the northeastern India. So that is the second possibility. Third possibility is using this notification, likely notification of Varanasi or Sahibganj, to export goods to third countries, not only to Bangladesh, to third countries. Because nowadays we have the concept of inland container depots, and what they do, they clear the goods from ICDs for export, then goods transship within India, reach a port, outgoing port, we call it gateway port, and from there the goods are shifted to a ship, and from ship it goes to third country. So here the idea is to enable transshipment movement within India using waterways. That means from Varanasi we will use this National Waterway 1, goods will go or reach up to Calcutta, and from there the container will be loaded on a sea vessel and it will be exported to third countries. So these are the three possibilities emanating from notification, likely notification of Varanasi. Now let us see how we are helping a country like Nepal and Bhutan. I'm going to touch upon Bhutan also, helping them in their transit trade using waterways. So this is again a possibility I'm going to present here. With Nepal, we have a treaty of trade of transit, which envisages use of gateway port of Kolkata, Haldia, and Visakhapatnam, and then goods are going to take the land route or the rail route, road route or rail route. So this is the existing arrangement. Goods are coming from third countries by sea vessel. They get unloaded at the port of Kolkata, Haldia, or Visakhapatnam. From there, the goods are loaded on a truck or a train, and then the goods flow up to any land custom station like Sunoli, like Birganj, etc., from a train or truck. So this is the existing arrangement. What is being envisaged is that if we notify Varanasi or Sahibganj as land custom station, then goods will come from these gateway ports for Calcutta, Haldia, or not Visakhapatnam, but at least from Calcutta and Haldia up to Varanasi or Sahibganj using waterways. From there, it will be unloaded from the barge, it will be loaded on a truck, and they will take a road route, and they will go to Nepal through a land custom station. So I've just presented a few possibilities. If you see the second last bullet here, one possibility is from Kolkata, Haldia to Varanasi by waterways, and from Varanasi to Sunoli or Bhairava by road. Second possibility is Kolkata or Haldia to Sahibganj by waterways, and from Sahibganj to Jogbani or Biratnagar by road. But of course, for all this, we have to talk to Nepal side. We have to enable a sort of amendment in the Treaty of Transit. And I'm aware that Ministry of, the Department of Commerce and Ministry of External Affairs, they are in touch with Nepal's side for making this amendment in the Treaty of Transit, which is currently under review. So having touched upon Nepal, let us go to the next country in the region, which is Bhutan. So we also have a, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry for the confusion. So let us come to the next country, which is Bhutan. At present, we have with Bhutan an arrangement, again, a trade agreement, India-Bhutan Agreement on Trade, Commerce, and Transit. And on this agreement, Dhubri is an entry or exit point, which is on the waterways. So what happens at Dhubri, the goods get, if it is coming from Bangladesh, at Dhubri, the goods get unloaded from the vessel, and it takes the road route, and it crosses over India, through India, and it goes to one of the land customs station and crosses to Bhutan. So this is the route followed at present. Recently, Bhutan has requested to enable 2 more entry exit points, which are Jogi, Gofa, and Pandu, which are further upstream in the river after Dhubri. So after a lot of interministerial discussion and internal deliberation, CBIC has agreed to this. And we gave a nod to Department of Commerce, and recently in 2021, a letter of exchange has been signed amending this particular treaty of trade with Bhutan, and these two ports, Jogi, Gofa, and Pandu, have been incorporated as additional entry or exit point for India-Bhutan trade agreement. So right now we are finalizing a proper standard operating procedure to ensure secure transport between Dhubri to Jogi Gofa and between Dhubri and Pandu ports, so that this particular movement can be enabled. So having touched upon Bhutan, let us now see what CBIC is doing for enabling trade of Bangladesh. So if we talk about Bhutan, we don't have any formal treaty like we have with Nepal and Bhutan. With Bangladesh, we don't have a formal treaty which could cover a multimodal type of arrangement, but yes, CBIC received a number of representation requests from the stakeholders, particularly the logistic operator, and a request was made that right now the cargo of, the export cargo of Bangladesh has to take a very long route if they have to export to Western countries like Europe, etc. So cargo from Chittagong, it takes the route of Singapore, and then it takes, it crosses Sri Lanka, Singapore, and then a very long route is taken. So the request was, why not allow use of Indian territory for export cargo of Bangladesh? So we examined this request, and in September 2022, we issued a circular, Customs issued a circular in which this particular movement has been enabled. And there are 3 legs in this movement. The export cargo of Bangladesh will enter India using waterways from Himnagar. It will reach Kolkata or Haldia port by waterways. This is the first leg. At Kolkata or Haldia, transshipment will take place. That means goods will be unloaded from the barge to a train at Kolkata or Haldia port. And this train will take the goods to either JNPT or Mundra port. It will cross through India. The goods of Bangladesh export will be taken to either JNPT or Mundra port. From there, the goods will be unloaded from the train and loaded on the ship. And from there, the goods will be exported to third countries. This movement has been enabled. We issued a very detailed circular with prescribed procedure or use of customs transit declaration, and along with track and trace facility using ECTS technology, which is electronic cargo tracking system. Next slide is how to enable movement of goods to foreign territory. In fact, this refers to the agreement on use on Chittagong and Mongla port, which was signed in 2018. and thereafter an SOP was signed in 2019. After the SOP was signed, CBIC studied it, and we found that there are some regulatory changes required. In fact, in India, there was an old regulation of 1965, which was called Movement of Goods Through Foreign Territory Regulations 1965. When we studied the SOP agreed with Bangladesh on ACMP with our existing regulation, we found inconsistency, and therefore we rescinded the old regulation. And we issued a new regulation, which is the Movement of Goods Through Foreign Territory Regulation 2020. And this regulation is completely aligned with the requirements of ACMP, and it also factors in the another agreement with Bangladesh, which is the Protocol on Inland Waterway Transit and Trade. So both these things have been properly factored in. Now, this particular SOP is based on Customs Standards Declaration and Physical Sealing of Cargo. And in fact, one pilot move was taken in 2020, February, March, from Patna to Pandu port using this particular procedure. Now, although CBIC has issued the SOP for operationalizing ACMP and regulation, but still this ACMP is yet to be operationalized because there is an expectation from Bangladesh. The Bangladesh customs is to issue what they call SRO for this particular purpose. In a meeting, in a bilateral meeting which was held in March 2020 between CBIC and Bangladesh Customs in Dhaka, we negotiated this point, and it was agreed to that 4 more pilot tests would be conducted this year, which were conducted actually in the month of July and August. And thereafter, it is expected that the National Board of Revenue Bangladesh is going to issue an SRO to operationalize ACMP. So my last slide is focused on using waterways to facilitate India's export to Bangladesh. So what is happening now is that containerized cargo are cleared from inland container depot for export. They move to Indian territory. They go to a gateway port, say at Mumbai, say at Kolkata, and from there the goods are loaded on a vessel, and from there they get exported. So there was a request received. In fact, this request was received in the Dibrugarh summit in the month of April. There was a request received that please allow waterways for this purpose. When we are using sea route, why not to use waterways route? It's the same thing, because suppose container is coming from ICD at Tughlakabad, it is coming to Kolkata in any case using rail or road. From there, instead of taking a sea route to Bangladesh, Chittagong port, allow use of waterways route so that it can get loaded on a barge and cross over to Bangladesh through Himnagar. So we studied this request and we enabled it through a circular issued in September 2022. And there are 2 legs involved here. First is from ICD, say Tughlakabad to Kolkata by road or rail, and from Kolkata or Haldia to Himnagar, and then crossing over to Bangladesh using IBP route. So custom clearance takes place at the ICD only, and only preventive checks are conducted at Kolkata or Haldia port. And as I told, this facility was demanded by trade during the previous waterway conclave in 2022, held in Dibrugarh. So I will stop here. Thank you so much for a patient hearing. And once again, my expectation is I'll get more feedback during formal and informal interaction so as to improve the system further. Thank you.
Thanks so much, sir, for this excellent and insightful presentation. And so much is being done. It's so heartening to note, including, I think, particularly the extension of the protocol route to Varanasi. I think that is going to be historic whenever it is done. You have covered the whole array of how the transit trade with Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh through waterways and I would say actually through multimodal routes are being facilitated. So it's great that, all of the feedback, what you received in the earlier event in Dibrugarh, you have taken on board. I could clearly see some of those, and I'm sure in this event also will help you to, move forward further. Let's move ahead actually to hear an industry perspective now, and I would actually request first Mr. Hazarika, if you could please come and share your perspective, sir. You can sit down if you wish.
Distinguished members in the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. I represent the industry. In fact, I am here. I represent the polymer industry based in Dibrugarh, but standing here, I think I will represent all the industries that are based in the Northeast, because there are a lot of refineries, there are a lot of industries in the oil and gas sector, fertilizer units, gas transportation units. So I actually will represent all of them, and how the Brahmaputra River, that is National Waterway 2, can be used for the mutual benefit of the industry, as well as both the countries, India and Bangladesh. As Mr. Bandyopadhyay was saying, pre-independence, there was a lot of traffic in the Brahmaputra, a lot of timber, tea, jute. They were, transported by the riverine route up to Chittagong and then further west to Europe. But due to various reasons, they were stopped, and now with the new initiatives being taken by the government and by the inland waterways, we are trying to see what are the options available to the industries located in the Northeast to make best use of the waterways. Just to tell you about our plant, because I represent Brahmaputra Cracker and Polymer Limited, and we are located in Dibrugarh. In fact, those of you who have visited Dibrugarh will know that our industry, we are located in the midst of greenery. We are in the middle of, we have tea gardens surrounding us on all sides. And then the river Brahmaputra is just the Bogeybill terminal that Mr. Bandyopadhyay was talking about is around 15 kilometers from our plant. And we are a comparatively new plant. We started our operation in 2016, and then of course we use the feedstock that is available in the Northeast, mainly natural gas and naphtha, for producing polymers. So we produce polymers, that is HDPE, LLDPE, and polypropylene, and these are used by plastic processing units for manufacturing various plastic products. Of course, capacity is small. We are one of the, of course, although we are the biggest in the Northeast, if you say in India, we are the smallest polymer plant, and our contribution is around 2% for the production in India, polymer production. Our market share in the Northeast is around 80%. Of course, we sell around 10% of our 10 to 15 products of our products in the Northeast, balance in the mainland India. And of course, we are also, because as I said, we are a small industry, we are having plans of expansion. We are working towards capacity expansion, and then also in that respect, we have to think of feedstock also, and that is where we want to build storage facilities at Haldia for our feedstock. So this is the Gati Shakti National Master Plan. I think all of us know about this. I think yesterday there was a lot of talk on this, today also. So I'm skipping this slide because I think we know what the master plan is all about. This is also, I think Mr. Bandyopadhyay has elaborated on this. So it is basically to promote economic and seamless modes of transport through waterways and generating new business, that is tourism, water sports, transportation, and of course will generate employment avenues for a lot of people. So now we come to the industry perspective. I'll first, mainly BCPL. So as I said, the connection from Haldia through inland waterways by the Indo-Bangladesh Protocol route will facilitate movement of cargo vessels to Dibrugarh. We have signed an MOU with inland water authorities with an aim to ease connectivity for transportation of goods through waterways. In fact, what we are planning is that whatever feedstock, if possible, we have also an MOU with the Haldia port. We have asked for 25 acres of land to set up storage facilities for naphtha. Naphtha is one of our feedstock, and when we think of going for our expansion, we will need to import naphtha. So that naphtha storage facility, as of now, we are planning to have it at Haldia port. And then once that facility is available, we import naphtha and then use the waterways route to bring it right up to Bogibeel, which I said is around 15 kilometers from our plant. So we are working towards that, and in fact, the other industries there, I think Numaligarh, they have transported some of their project materials up to Silghat. Similarly, all the other industries also can use the waterways for carrying their project equipment also. So far, we have not, transported up to Dibrugarh, but what we are planning to do is to take a trial run of our bags, because we require a lot of bags for bagging our products. So around 100 metric tons of bags we are planning as a pilot, as a trial run from Calcutta right up to Dibrugarh. So we are in touch with the barge owners, and we are trying to work out a reasonable way of transporting a trial, to take a trial from Calcutta right up to Dibrugarh. We also export our polymers to Bangladesh. Presently, we are using the road route. Presently we export around, I think, 1,000 metric tons annually, but this number will go up as we expand, as we go for expansion. So we are also looking for that route. We want to use the National Waterways 2 to do the export, and then from Dibrugarh to Chittagong port. So as I said, the government is developing Dibrugarh, Assam as a major river port, and BCPL will use the facility for transporting its finished goods to the neighboring countries, and also our polymer up to the ones that are being consumed in the eastern part of the country to Haldia or Kolkata. And similarly, the other industries there, the refineries and the fertilizers, they can also use to this waterway for transporting to at least up to Kolkata or Haldia. So Assam, of course, is the third largest producer of petroleum and natural gas. And so the industry, the petroleum, the refineries, the petrochemicals there actually can make full use of the waterways. And as Bandyopadhyay sir said already, that waterways, of course, is the cheapest, not only the cheapest, it is also the cleanest way of transportation. I think that gives a big boost to, shift from the already congested roadways and railways to waterways, and that is what I think the industries in the Northeast we are looking into. So there is also this National Waterway 16, that is the Barak River, which connects Silchar and Karimganj, Badarpur. So that also, the industries in the Barak Valley also can gainfully use the waterways once this entire route is, because through the IBP, the protocol route up to Chittagong and Haldia. This I'm skipping because I think Bandyopadhyay sir has already said this is about the Indian ports there are 13 in India, in the Indian side, and this has already been discussed. This also I'm skipping because I think the speaker, this has already been spoken. This is regarding Bangladesh, and then connecting Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura with the waterways. This also has been spoken, of course. This is connecting, this is the connection of Nepal and Bhutan through waterways again to Bangladesh. So as I said, the interlinking of waterways will bring numerous benefits for both the countries. Bangladesh will gain access to India's vast domestic market, carrying cargo to Allahabad, Varanasi along the National Waterway 1, and will be able to import raw materials from India at competitive prices. So it's basically a win-win for both the countries. India and Bangladesh will have tremendous potential to connect the landlocked nations of Bhutan and Nepal, which we have already discussed. Then development of terminals, warehouse at major ports, navigation, ship repairing facilities to boost inland navigation and make this sector more competitive. Industry should take advantage of waterways. And in fact, we are doing a lot, and I think the results will be seen in the next 2-3 years when we start actually our facilities at Haldia comes up, and we are actually using the waterways from Haldia through this protocol route and NW2 to Dibrugarh. And since it is the cheapest and it is the most economical and the cleanest mode of transportation, we I think the industries in the Northeast will definitely look into this as a boost for the overall development of the region. So with that, I think I'd like to conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think, it's a clear testimony that how industries in Northeast could benefit from this regional waterway until its endpoint, even in Dibrugarh, which you have clearly highlighted, and also will create opportunity for, allied industries and jobs, essentially, in some of India's and Bangladesh's remote areas. We have two actually speakers now who are connected virtually, and as sir, both of you do not have a PPT, can I actually indulge and request you to keep your interventions a little short, if it can be done in 5 to 7 minutes, because we are already 1:30 lunchtime. So, and I don't want to stand between the hunger pangs of the participants and lunch. So if I can start first with Mr. Hamid. I can see you on screen, sir. So over to you, please.
Very good afternoon, sir. Most of the items you have discussed, but as a stakeholder means we are the operators. We carry your cargo. So we are facing a lot of problems that I want to share with you. Number one, we really want to, we always appreciate the problems of your Northeast, and we also want to share is transportation. We are really grateful to both the governments, both the shipping ministry, both the IWT authorities, for signing numbers of protocols, numbers of bilateral agreements, but ultimately it is not going to helping us. Number one, first we want to go for awareness. You see, after long persuasion, Bangladesh government allowed the transit facility, transit and transshipment facility through my multi-modal. But till today we are not seeing any cargo. The Ashokans, the general cargo, bulk cargo, it is always available. And we earlier, initially, after signing the agreement, the FCI, they carried about more than 100,000 tons of rice. After that, the Tata, they use us for some steel cargo. There are a lot of steel cargo is required in Northeast. And those are not coming through this riverine route. Those are going through the chicken neck by road. So we have checked. It is because of the awareness. They don't know. Most of the users, they don't know there is a protocol, there is a facility, it is there. Now, every time we are talking about the Pandu, Calcutta to Pandu, or Bangladesh to Pandu, how will you go? The draft, we are not getting the confirmation of the draft more than 1.8. Bangladesh is the highest numbers, we are having the highest numbers of inland vessels. But unfortunately, the empty draft for our inland vessel is 2 meters. Or if the operators, the owners see the volume in this market, then definitely we will go for building the barges like 2 meters. That IWAI is having 2 vessels. This type of vessel is required first. If you want to improve this transportation volume, increase the volume cargo, you need to build from the government sector. First, both the government has to build this type of vessels. Because private sectors, we will not be able to take the high risk of building the vessels till we see the cargo practically. And where this vessel will not be able to use other places. It should be a dedicated vessel. 2-meter vessel means dedicated vessel. In our 3 ports, we need deep vessel, deep draft vessel. So if I build 2-meter vessel, then I have to build only dedicated for Calcutta Kandu or Calcutta Gopal. Number 3 is Honorable Customs said that there is no area. I'm sure that they are helping us for the custom formalities in Kolkata, but we are facing not a problem. You see, the inland Indian routes, river routes issues are because of the custom, because river cargo needs to be cleared under petition, which is land custom. And all CFAs in Kolkata are bonded CFAs with sea custom. Thus, land customs cannot enter there and do their sealing. After loading of the cargo, the custom is to do the sealing. Land customs are only allowed to go and seal in KPD, where mechanical facilities are also not available, hence making container loading operation troublesome, because shore trains cannot give same performance like an MSC. Most importantly, land customs cannot enter NSB. We want to load the cargo in our container ship in NSD, where most of the exporters are keen to use our vessels for transport to ship their cargo in containers. But all the cargo are coming into the CFAs. Now, if the CFAs are not allowed to do the custom formalities or sealing in NSD dock, as well for clearance, and as their route is under land customs, e-sealing facilities are not also available. That is e-sealing. Usually from the CFS, the e-sealing, they can use the e-sealing from there and then bring the container to the NSD and they can load it, but it is not allowed. This creates a lot of hassle, and exporters also, they don't want to proceed with us. Now they are sending the same cargo through Singapore, Sri Lanka, through Malaysia, for Kiran. They are sending the same container. You see, Bangladesh, you are exporting 80% of export cargo, of import cargo of Bangladesh, you are saying. But our main business hub industry is around Dhaka city, where we have 2-3 ICDs. We have Narangan's customs stations since long. But unfortunately, when the joint custom group they sits together, India and Bangladesh custom, they never talk about this. We are always asking the governments, customs, NBR, everybody that why they are not allowing to clear the commodities other than fly ash. They are not allowing. Your custom is not giving us the facility for loading the containers which are coming from different places of India because of this issue of river custom and inland custom, sea custom. Our custom is not allowing us to import other than 3-4 items. That's why all the cargo is going through the land ports, that is Banapal and other ports, where the congestion is there, 1 month the cargo is waiting there at importers' cost. That is the big problem. Number 2, again the awareness. Sir, we should aware the exporters of India that there is a facilities there to use the river boat, but they don't know. The importers of Bangladesh also, when they open the LC, they talk to the exporter say, oh, okay, I can give you the cargo only at Penapur. because they don't know about this. Most of the rice cargo, only the last year, only the government import cargo, they used riverine. But the private sector, they import 10 times more cargo. But they don't know. The single importers, they don't have this idea. Because when they are talking to their exporters, experts say, no, I don't know the river, I don't know the system, I don't know the port, I know only the Varanaco, so I will send your cargo to Varanaco. So this should be raised in the next joint group of customs and the IWAI, the WTA should take initiative to build up the awareness to the exporters, importers, users. You are talking about the Northeast. Northeast people doesn't know they need import, bring their cargoes, lot of cargoes from mainland. From mainland they are using the chicken neck, while the cost is 3 times more, time is 3 times more. If a Tripura cargo we carry by barge, we can reach in 10 days. And the cost will be 1200 rupees or 1500 rupees. But the cost from Kolkata and that area to Tripura, the same cargo by road is costing 4500 rupees. Nowadays it is more because the price of fuel. So sir, it's my humble request. The 2-3 things I explained to you. One is we also want that this riverine mode is the cheapest mode all in the world, and the God gave us the rivers. So we should use the rivers. But so the rivers need the cruising of the rivers. You need to invest for the new vessels. And only the government sector can start with when the cargo, we will see the cargo in the market, definitely the private sectors, they will come up, they will build their own vessels. And cruise vessel also is like this. Bangladesh, we have hundreds of international standard cruise vessels. But I don't know why this is not happening. Anyhow, so thank you very much for giving the opportunity to talk about this. But about the containers, I am very much interested because most of the cargo, there are lots of containerized cargo waiting for, in India to ship to Bangladesh, and they are now they have to go through the Singapore. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Actually, why I don't request Mr. Srivastav to give a 30-second response, because he wanted to respond to one or two of your points very quickly.
Yeah, thank you so much for raising this pertinent point. I think there are two things that has been raised just now. One is enabling some of the Calcutta bound ports. Yeah. T-shirt, sir. Exactly, sir. I'm responding to the same. So basically, the point is here is that the Dhaka-bound cargo on inland waterways is not allowed from Calcutta port. It is only allowed at TT-shed because that falls under Commissioner Preventive, whereas the Calcutta port is under Commissioner Calcutta Port. So that is one local issue you have raised. Second issue you have raised is regarding restriction from Bangladesh side of commodities other than fly ash, coal, etc. So I cannot deliberate upon the second issue, but on the first issue, I would just like you to refer to a circular issued recently by CBIC, which is 17 of 2022 customs. It is available on CBIC website, and it enables use of Calcutta port as well as Haldia port for loading of containers which are bound to Bangladesh using waterways. I just wanted to mention this. Yeah, probably there is.
But this is a increases cost. 1 minute. Yeah. 1 minute. See, it means double handling. The cost increases. The Haldia water terminal and the Calcutta GR jetty etc. should also be allowed to use the same customs. That is the request from the trade. Double handling increases cost and time.
Basically, sir, the idea here is what we have enabled in September 2022 is that export containers from any inland container depot from hinterland India will travel from ICD after customs clearance, export clearance, will travel from ICD, say from ICD Tughlaqabad in Delhi, will travel to Kolkata port or Haldia port, either of these two ports. From there, it will get unloaded on a barge. And there are jetties available in Kolkata port and Haldia port for loading on the barge. From there, it will take the waterway route. So that local issue of TT shed versus, that means preventive commercial shed versus, will not be there. Sir,
when we examine at CFS or ICDs, we are using a e-sealing for a container, which is a typical e-sealing for international cargo. But in case of TT shed or when we are loading it by CCP, that is the Land Port Authority, we are using an RFID sealing, which are costlier affair. At the same time, costly is not the issue now. The issue is RFID conversions of these sealings at TT shed, and that is mandatory so that the sea customs does not come into the picture and land customs comes in, and then the same containers getting once again an RFID sealing at the loading point and then getting it loaded on the barges. That is the issue.
Our systems are creating unnatural boundaries and restrictions. How do we integrate it through technical solution? E and RFID. RFID is also E.
Absolutely.
You may call it E, you may call it RFID. It is also E solution. We are ready to invest in infrastructure for the trade, and we are ready to give you the platform. Can you work on this and integrate it so that, see, this means extra cost, this means extra time.
That's what I am asking. I am requesting you to please read that circular. There is no requirement of sealing again once the container has already been sealed at the ICD, right? It will come under the same RFID seal. There's no need to change the seal at Calcutta or Haldia port. It will directly get loaded. So that means that requirement of going to another shed for another type of sealing is no more there. So I'd request you to please go through that circular. If you still feel...
Let's see, after a lot of the same, no, there may be 90% good people, but there are also incidents and people try to they miscategorize the different products which are being imported. So they have to be careful in that. And we can find a solution with the custom in which even the terminals, the containers can be loaded and straight away they can move to Bangladesh. And the similar way, those coming from Bangladesh can be unloaded here. So we can have a separate meeting and work it out. Between your prevention and between your the sea custom people, integration is...
in fact, what has been notified now is the jetty at Calcutta port as well as Haldia port. And definitely if something more is required, we are ready to look into that. Thank you, sir.
Sir, earlier there was only 2 CFSs allowed. Now if all the CFSs are allowed, then 99% of the problems are solved. Because earlier it was only 2 CFSs which were allowed from back to town. Means we are entering the, we were using either JJP CFS or there was second probably the Bamulari CFS. And now you are allowing all other CFSs under that protocol which you are using between the other ICDs and hinterland transports to, and that same PN is also issued for the other CFSs at Calcutta. So naturally all the containers will be entering to the other CFSs will be by default allowed even to load it on the KPD vessels. I think 99% of the problem will be solved by
Thank you. We'll discuss after the meeting, right? I think there is some communication gap. We'll sort it out.
Thanks. Actually, we have lost connection for the last speaker. So I'm just wondering whether to call, perhaps conclude this session. We are trying to bring him back, but it is pretty late, 10 minutes to 2. Maybe we'll wait for a couple of minutes in case we...
A temporary solution without going in for the notification, because for IWI to become a custodian, we will have to kind of lease land or sublease land or do something of this sort. And then Or if we select a JV partner, that will have to happen through an open bidding, which again would be a long drawn out process. And we don't have any standard bidding documents also for that, give typical public procurement problem. So could there be a via media, a temporary via media, whereby we can actually start movement from Maya of only stone aggregate, if you could just allow that one particular commodity? I mean, I'm asking this question on behalf of a couple of exporters who probably would not be able to articulate this in so many words.
Thanks, Jayant, for flagging this issue. And after this meeting, I'm going to have a discussion also with the stakeholders on this. And but yes, I mean, the point you have raised has a statutory aspect because it is flowing from the Customs Act. Customs Act requires that wherever there is going to be a crossover from one country to other country, a land custom administration is required to be notified under Section 7, right? Once a land custom administration is notified, thereafter an area is notified as customs area under Section 8, where loading and unloading has to take place. So I don't know whether these two steps can be bypassed because it is flowing from the Act, but yes, we will definitely, we are open to discussing it, and let us see if we can find out some solution.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thanks much for the assurance. I'm not sure whether we have got the connection back. If not, we have? Have we? Okay, then
Sir,
please connect.
On the one quick question to Sadiq Saab, very quick question. Sir, as you know, I mean, we are already operating out of Calcutta and Pangaon and Muktarpur for container cargo. And as you know, I mean, Vimalji is here. He has really helped a lot the trade even for the first time to move the containers by PIWTT route. Sir, what is stopping us? This is a request from the trade. What is stopping us if the Indian vessels will be directly allowed inside the Bangladesh territory to go up to Chittagong?
This is purely a bilateral trade agreement. We have to have the protocol routes for bilateral purpose. And bilateral means for transit and transshipment towards connecting Northeast India. So negotiations were happened last secretarial talk, and we have seen that the bilateral agreement doesn't end. The protocol routes are for inland waterways. So if you want to go to Chittagong, that goes to the sea. So it becomes a part of the coastal shipping, not the inland waterways. So this is a problem. So it is being negotiated and talks are going on. I hope this can be sorted out. And if you want to bring containers, always you can come out to the sea and bring it to the port. And so this is a very complicated issue because there are two different parts. The protocol route is only for the inland waterways, and Chittagong port doesn't fall into the inland waterways, that is on the sea or coastal. That's why we have separate protocol on coastal shipping, and also we have SEMP. So I think that those two, as we have signed those two protocols, we are now segregated from that part. So there are three different issues or three different parts of the bilateral agreement. So I think that Chittagong, Kolkata to Chittagong can be coming under the coastal shipping, also under SEMP. So no need to discuss on the inland waterways. That is the complicacy is there. And we really had a lot of talks with Bandyopadhyay sir last secretarial meeting. I think we can discuss more and sort it out. Now for the timing, you can always go to Chittagong port by using, it's not very far, rather it is faster to come out and go using the bay, rather coming through the protocol routes. Always you can use Pangaon or Khanpur is coming up, and also Ashuganj is coming up. That will be, I think, cheaper and faster. If I could satisfy.
They should be satisfied. Okay, thanks, Mr. Mustafi. So sorry, we lost you, and then I think we have got you back. Why don't you please come, go ahead, and if I may indulge in, please keep it very, very short, as short as possible. If it can be within 5 minutes, that will really be appreciated.
Yes, of course, but I don't want to wait. I don't want to keep the lunch waiting. I'll not take too much time. Can you hear me? Just check on the connectivity. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead.
I'll just take 5 minutes and I'll just make a few points. I have no presentation. I've heard the Augustus bench speak. So I just made a few points and I think they really stood out. And with your permission, I'll start with the first one, which is the possibilities within BBIN, right? Within Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, we've got two countries with GDP of more than 6.5% growth, right? This is not something which is very common in this world. That is huge potential. And even if you were to look at the potential between the two countries or four countries, that's a huge market for us. And look, we as Bangladesh or India are not only competing against Nepal cargo. Nepal cargo can also go via China. Remember how fast and how efficient logistics is in China, right? So we actually have to see the huge potential. And I love when we also spoke about the potential from BBIN. The second thing which caught my eye was the fuel efficient and hydrogen focused transportation. Today, most of our retail and lifestyle customers, and there's a lot of raw material coming in from Bangladesh into India for imports. Most of these retail customers are actually looking at integrating the backward supply chain into their business. So I'm not saying it's happening today, but in 4 or 5 years from now, or maybe even faster, you're going to have a carbon footprint measurement on the raw material which is coming to Bangladesh. And I think as we progress into greener fuels and the riverine route, I think that's going to stand out. And that's again why we have to see where the business is going from our customers' point of view. The third thing that I loved in this discussion was the word of incentive. It was not subsidy, because when we talk about subsidy, it comes with some amount of perpetuity. Incentive doesn't come. So there has to be an incentive for the right behavior. And the right behavior is certainly moving away from a congestion at the land border. I mean, I was following up with the Indian High Commissioner here, and he was very keen on us starting this product. And the logic was very clear and simple. There is cargo coming into Bangladesh from India where the cargo stays on the road for about 20-25 days. That's what it stays. It's adding to cost, it's adding to inefficiency, and it's also transparent. Because remember, sir, here the movement happens by road, and there are two different documents involved before the seller gets the money from the buyer, which is the road entry. As you move into waterways transportation, you get into that visibility, you get those documents which help faster transaction against LCs, which I'm referring to the bill of lading. The last 2 points that I have here is the diversification of exports. Now, obviously, the biggest market, or rather the biggest export from Bangladesh into India is garments. And that is a very fast-moving product. And as we are moving into a business where the consumer is defining the day when the cargo has to come in, right? There are Flipkarts of the world, there are Amazons of the world who make this as a business model. Can we actually have a situation where you have no visibility of your cargo coming in? I think Inland Waterways is a solution, and it's not there today, but it's going to be there in the future, and I think these are the things that we need to consider. The last point that I have, last 2 points, is the development. It's certainly not a finished product. Inland Waterways, there's certainly a lot of evolution which has to happen. You're competing against the sea transportation, which is there for many years. There's so many right procedures in place. Inland Waterways is an evolving product. So we obviously need to give them time, and I'm sure with people that we have, and we cannot have a bigger stakeholders from both sides to push us through. I think these are the points that you need to see. And of course, the Northeast connectivity that we are talking about from Bangladesh. We were lucky enough, I think we were privileged to do the first 2 shipments. And for the first shipment that we did from Mongla till Tamavil, I think in that transportation that we are talking about within the country was, I think, less than 2 days. And I think when we did Mongla to Vivian, it was even lesser. So I think that gives us an idea of how much cost benefit that it brings, because at the end of the day, business is all about making. It's about driving the commerce, right? So I think I was very, very encouraged to hear what I heard today, and I think with all the support that we are getting, this product should be coming up. I have covered my points, and if there's anything else, I'm happy to take the questions, or if you'd like to drop an email. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your very, very balanced and positive view. I mean, as you have rightly said, this is indeed a new product, and I think all of us will have to be patient. And it's glad to also see, I mean, it's good to end on a happy note that the traffic on the route is growing. It is growing. We are starting from a low base, but even last year, the traffic has actually grown on this route about 30%. And we see also commodity diversification happening. I know our friends from Europe are there, and some of them, they tell me that it took 40 to 50 years in Europe, actually, for waterways to become a dominant mode. So definitely we'll see the day, maybe in decades. I do not know whether we have any time left for any question, I'm afraid, but we are eating into the lunch time, and there are some very important sessions on it, but I'm looking forward to, sir, or can we extend?
One question, one small question, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Srivastav, sir, we are doing the Indo-Bangladesh cruise services on a regular basis. Our first one, maiden voyage, would be there. Now, your customs officers at Hemnagar and Dubri are used to using cargo, but what we are doing is human cargo, which is different. We would need a change of attitude in dealing with the people. I mean, these are all foreign tourists and all. So if you could kind of, I don't know what would be there, but I would request you to please take that into consideration so that people don't feel that, unlike at the airports, of course, it's a new thing in the waterways, but the airports, it's seamless. So they can do the job, but without feeling, kind of intrusive and, that sort of thing, for a positive for both India and Bangladesh. And same I would request for Bangladesh government as well. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for...
No, it's already on.
Yeah, thanks for flagging this issue, and I would request you for a discussion in detail maybe after this meeting, so that let me have the idea what exactly is there in your mind. So that I think there is certainly a need for sensitization of the officers, as you have mentioned that they are more attuned to handling the cargo, not the passengers. So we will have a discussion on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Session Chair, and thank you, esteemed speakers. Let's give them a big round of applause in appreciation for all the deliberations. And with that, we will now break for lunch, requesting everybody to be back in the next 35 minutes. We're told 2:45, but if you can come back 5 minutes before that, that will be good, because we have one last session. And many people, I believe, are traveling onwards from here. So we'd request everybody to please keep time. Thank you. And we're very pleased to welcome Mr. Jayant Singh, Vice Chairman of the Inland Waterways Authority of India, who's kindly consented to moderate this session. May I take this opportunity in extending a very warm welcome and invite on stage our esteemed panelist, Mr. A.K. Singh, CEO of Adani Hazira and Dahej Ports, who would be joining us virtually. Mr. Shekhar Chakrabarti, CEO, Hooghly Cochin Shipyard Limited. Mr. Ashutosh Gautam, Member, Technical and Traffic, Inland Waterways Authority of India. Mr. Pulastya Ray, Partner, AC Roy and Company. Mr. Sahe Raj, Managing Director of Shoft Shipyard Private Limited, who is also joining us virtually. Mr. Harry Deleja, Partner, STC, Nestra BV, and Mr. Gaurav K. Vesh, Director, Mobility and Logistics Solutions from KPMG Group. May I request you to please give a very big hand to our panelists. So without any further ado, I'd like to hand it over to session moderator, Mr. Jayant Singh, requesting him to please take over.
Thank you, Sanhati. And thank you all for those who have summoned enough willpower to come and sit here for a postprandial session, which is actually the toughest. That's the bad news. The good news is that this is the last session. Now, the session we wanted this to be last because we wanted only those guys who have real skin in the game, stake in the system. And in the morning when we had our first panel discussion on the fairway maintenance part, our fellow panelist, Mr. Harry Delay, made a very relevant point, a moot point about the need to create a whole ecosystem. So when we talk about ecosystem on inland waterways, we can broadly categorize it into the three pillars or three segments. One would of course be the fairway, the sine qua non of it. The second would be the floating stock, the vessels, and third, and then terminals, the regulatory infrastructure, and so on and so forth. And while inland waterway traffic has witnessed substantial growth over the last 6 to 7 years, when government has really started, injecting a lot of resources and effort into it, the fact remains that in terms of technological thresholds, in terms of number of vessels that apply on our national waterways, we still have some distance to go. The regulatory part of it we sought to correct with the passage of the IV Act and the IV Act rules, which will be brought out shortly. But still, there are a lot of issues that need to be addressed. Now, typically, in a state and a market situation, in the public policy domain, we would expect the market to take care of whatever the requirements are. But I won't be talking about the demand side of the problem. As I mentioned in the beginning, the mandate of IWI is to act as an enabler, a creator of an ecosystem, whereby the IWT traffic grows. So I'll be talking more about the supply side issues, the supply side problem, and I'm very glad to have a galaxy of speakers from different who represent the different the phalanxes or the prongs of the supply side. And we have people who have seen it all, the people who are doing it, who've done it, people who have analyzed it, studied it. So we'll have perspectives and points of views across. So if I may start, my first question is very, very elementary, and I'll ask to somebody who's had a skin in the game the most. I'll start with Captain A.K. Singh, because you, sir, you have plied vessels on NW1 for quite some time now on the Indo-Bangladesh protocol route. You've talked about the problem that the system is confronted. So leaving aside those issues, just my very, very precise, pinpointed, precision-guided question, missile is this, that what is the typology of vessels that we need on the inland waterways in India? And all our question, the discussion would be centered around inland waterways in India and the typical requirements here. So what is the typology of vessels that are required, number one? And very, very briefly, sir, since you are joining virtually, as you know, there's always a lag between the real and the virtual world. 1, 2, 3, not more than 3, intervention that you would require to augment the fleet, looking at just the supply side issues. Over to you, Captain Singh.
Yes, thank you very much. As you said, good news and bad news. It is the last session. So I hope you can hold the attention of the audience for a little while. The supply side, one of the major things that we found out was, the numbers have grown in the Indian waterways, but 99% trade, I think, is 98 or 99% is by the Bangladesh vessels. There is something that we are doing wrong. And according to me, that something is, one, the compatibility between the requirements of NW1 and NW2. NW2 has got deeper draft, but the more meandering channel through the Sundarbans, where the length of the vessel is the problem rather than the depth. And any operator in India which is entering into the sector, we would like to hitch our peg by being able to operate between NW1 and 2 as the time permits. So the thing that we came to conclude was that for the given depths available, the equation has got 3 or 4 elements. Shift is one of them. So let us fix one part so that we can tackle the other imponderables afterwards. So the vessels that we thought would work best is at 2 meters draft, it can carry around 1800 metric tons of cargo, dead weight. That kind of gave us a cushion for the return voyage where we are not getting sufficient cargo at the moment. But something has to be fixed so that the other parts can be tackled. This is the low-hanging fruit that I would recommend authority to do. But you said that the trade will fix it, but trade will not fix it unless there is a visibility of profit in the short or medium term. Short term, yes, we can take some losses, but medium or long term. The ecosystem has moved away from water. It will take a longer time to stabilize. So the vessel design is the first step to go. And my recommendation and request to the authority would be that authority should intervene and maybe make arrangements to supply the vessel. Yesterday, the UP government representative was talking about subsidy. Perhaps that is the way to go. Perhaps even better is Indian Waterways Authority itself should make some tonnage available, which can be doing the proof of concept on a commercial basis, not on a subsidy basis. So the 2 vessels that Indian Waterways has and the shipyard has built, which is the most suited right now in terms of the available depth with the kind of cargo they carry. It's got a more boxy profile and the block coefficient is bigger. That kind of vessel on a larger scale, we should try and make it available much more easily. Perhaps look at the market rates for the hiring and chartering out of the vessels rather than the auction rate. Even those vessels, Mr. Zahirad would agree that they will require a little bit of tweaking to carry a little bit more cargo, maybe 20% more, so that you are not making a huge loss while in the return voyage you get your return cargoes coming in. Apart from that, one of the problems in the NW1 and 2 is NW1 has got an air draft constraint also. There is an air height issue, whereas the air height issue is not in NW2, but the length is the issue over there. 80 meters is the maximum allowed. Up to Dhaka, I'm talking about going up to Dhaka area, Narayanganj area, where profitable voyages are possible. So my request was a strong suggestion would be to have the navigation, bridge and accommodation forward of the cargo, because whenever we carry containers, we had a visibility issue. And at Calcutta itself, one of the bridges, the Bali bridge there, cannot cross at high water. You have to go under the bridge for with a certain clearance, which is a constraint. Bhagalpur bridge poses a constraint for trafficking. So in both these cases, if the accommodation and navigation area was forward of the vessel, it will help. In fact, even for carrying bulk cargoes also, the I and BT ships that the authority has, on a ballast voyage, the bow is so far up in the water that visibility is restricted. There of course is a pusher tug and barge arrangement possible, but that always will have a visibility problem. When you're pushing, you just don't know what is ahead of you. And in these waters which are not well defined, especially in NW2 where the channel is shifting all the time, you would require a forward visibility also. So these are the challenges where I would say the vessel design can be maneuvered to take care of the local reality, and at least more cargo can be carried in a more assured manner, and therefore the other parts of the equation like availability of cargo, first mile, last mile, and those things can be tackled in a gradual, in a graded manner. So my first thoughts are on this point, and you wanted me, probably gave me a hint that you want a short answer, so this was my short answer.
Thank you so much, Captain Singh. Actually, you've flagged 2 or 3 very critical issues. One about the design. The second about the design. One about the need, I think, for government to procure, and somehow the underlying principle being that let the private sector take care of the market risk, let the capex and the finances be borne by the government. That is one way to promote it. I think these views were echoed by Mr. Mahfouz Alam also in the previous session when he talked about the need for government to build vessels till such time the market is able to, generate that kind of traffic and the demand within the shippers. Now, talking about, one thing which is the consensus that will emerge across the panel here and in the audience, of course, is the need for government hand-holding. And how to do it and how to go about it is something we keep deliberating about, whether to go in for a subsidy or whatever. So here perhaps there may not be a need for India to reinvent the wheel, because there are tried and tested models in waterways across the world, where government has stepped in various ways to augment the inland vessel fleet. So we have with us here Mr. Harry Delaya, who has the kind of experience and has dealt with different issues of waterways in Europe across. So he'll be familiar with the European waterways, and with his years of experience with India and in the Indian waterways, perhaps would be able to throw some light on the best practices in Europe and how they can be, I wouldn't say replicated, but to what they could be applied here, extrapolated here within the Indian context and the policy landscape. Over to you, Mr. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So what European authorities should do to support IWT broadly.
Okay. Well, what they should do, I can't tell you, of course, but I can give you some benchmark. Well, what the situation in Europe, of course, is different from India. In the European waterways, where we work for the European Commission in advising them in the policy field, it is a mature market. So on the Dutch fleet is about 5,000 vessels. European fleet about 12,000. So that's not comparable. And the majority of the vessels, in fact, is mortgaged. So about 70% of the new vessels are under mortgage, and then they could go up to 80 to 9% of the capital investment. So that's a very easy system, which is very common. What the European government does, and the local and the national governments, and also the regional governments, is they try to balance between the different modes of transportation and to internalize in some manner the external cost. The big difficulty for inland waterways is that these external benefits are not capitalized. So for that reason, both the national governments and the European government have decided that infrastructure development is a government task, and the use of the waterways is stimulated. So, for example, there is no waterway charge for the users on the waterways in the European countries. There is no fuel tax for inland ships on the European waterways. That is to, let's say, to balance a little bit the external effects, the external benefits of the waterway system, which are not capitalized. Otherwise, when there would be, let's say, when there would be an internalization of external cost, inland waterways would benefit. That's not the case. That's why the benefit comes via other means. But what I'm saying, it does not mean that it is easy to finance innovations. For example, if you think about hydrogen technology, no bank is willing to finance because of the financial risk. They don't know whether this technology will be a winning technology in the future. So the banks consider that a high-risk investment, meaning that the shipping companies are facing high interests and not willing the banks not really willing to give them the money. So what the European Union has done, and it's also on the national level and sometimes even on the provincial level, is they have set up specific funds. So they have set up an innovation fund. If you want to develop, let's say, automated ships or something like that, there's an innovation fund. There's a modernizing fund, which could be used to renovate the existing fleet, so to retrofit the existing fleet, for example, by giving them filters, catalysts, something like that. And there's a green fund, and the green funds particularly is for investments in those risky technologies which the bank considers to be high risk. So what does it mean? There is a fund, so let's call it the IWT fund, that could be used by the banks. So it's a guarantee fund. So it's not a subsidy. Subsidies, according to European law, are not allowed. So subsidies are not allowed because it interferes with competition. So they have set up a system of guarantee funds, which means that the bank provides a low interest loan to a company, can be a shipyard, can be a shipping company, can be a cargo owner, doesn't matter. They all can apply for that fund, and the guarantee is given by the guarantee fund. It means that you create something like a multiplier effect. So let's say when you have $100 million, well, you can buy maybe 20 vessels, I don't know. But with a multiplier effect, you can maybe buy 400 vessels. Because not all the loans will be bad loans. In fact, most of the loans, in fact, are good loans. So the fund keeps on filling itself. Yeah, let's say that's a very practical one. Second is that there's another type of development which we now see coming. That is that we see partnerships coming between cargo owners, shipping companies, shipyards, and financing institutes. So they make a long-term agreement. I will give you one example. Maybe that's the easiest way to explain it. The oil company, Shell, is a big transporter of chemicals and liquids, and they would like to move to LNG vessels. I'm not saying that LNG is the best solution for the future, but they have decided that as an interim solution, they will move to LNG. So they decided to buy 40 LNG tankers. They made a deal with a shipyard. In this case, it's Concordia Dama shipyards. They are building the 40 vessels. And they have a financing arm. So part of the financing comes from the financing arm of the shipyard, and the other part is done by the bank. Based on this long-term agreement on cargo availability, all these partners, and also a shipping company, step in, and all of them together, they create this business case. One last thing before I close, that is a very new development, that companies that want to invest in electricity, it's not only for passengers. There are already container vessels that work with containers filled with batteries. So for one cargo vessel on specific, let's say 60, 70 kilometers, relatively short, they have 4 containers with batteries. So the batteries are loaded. At the end terminal, they are changed with full containers. But the operating company only pays for the use of the kilowatt hour. So the supplier of the batteries only charges the actual use of the energy, so that the company, the shipping company, does not have to invest in the power system, but they only pay for the use. And that is another very, I would say, smart solution on bringing down the investment cost for the operator. Okay, there's some ideas and maybe food for thought. Okay.
Thank you so much, Harry. And a lot of the options that the smart options, as you call them, smart solutions, of course, they're predicated upon how robust is our contract enforceability structure and the overall governance.
Subsidy financing scheme for states are also under finalization, and this scheme will run at least for 10 years. And starting subsidy level will be around 30%, further reducing to 20% in 10 years. And based on that, as Mr. Harry was informing that in Europe, 70% of the vessels are on mortgage. So mortgage, that means the financing, and to motivate the financiers or the people, those who want to invest as a conglomerate or as an individual, as a operator, they have to be motivated for basically adopting these schemes either by the government or by the financiers, banks. In addition to that, in yesterday's one of the session, one of the representative from government of UP, who is CEO of Invest UP, he further informed, and during our informal discussion, when it was informed to them that this scheme is under finalization, so then he told that we can even top it up. So that will be the added advantage for all the stakeholders to be informed that in case we provide 30% and in case the government of UP provides another 10% as top up, then it will be much more attractive. So at this stage, I will end over here. However, we have also to analyze the overall synchronous ecosystem along with analysis of the risks. So that will, at a later stage, we may discuss and deliberate. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ashutosh. And probably I think we need to perhaps sell this, quote unquote, sell this incentive scheme that we are coming up a little more, and maybe even recalibrate it, fine tune it to suit the user requirement. You know, having these incentives and all is one part of it, and I wish, I mean, probably we overlooked it, or what happened, we don't have anybody from the finance side to talk about it, because ultimately it all depends on who pumps in money, how much money is lent out, and what are the interest charge, and all these risks, how they are taken care of. So I'd like to ask Gaurav, I mean, two, three things. You can of course talk about with your perspective. You've worked with IW as a transaction advisor, you've been in the industry, you've seen how this ecosystem works. You've seen how this ecosystem works. So based on that, so perhaps some short-term, medium-term actionables for the government, and the kind of smart solutions that Mr. Delaya talked about, can they be replicated in the Indian context with a little bit of modifications? Your thoughts?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I have been also part of a couple of other conferences wherein, there were some financial institutions also were there. Right now, is the issue about that they don't want to finance? No, probably that's not the case. It's clearly that there are risks which are not yet covered up. Yes, we have done all the transactions also for the assets, right? So there's one very clear risk of the market risk, which is there, and which is a huge risk perceived from a waterway sector. The migration of cargo from road to waterways is difficult. So one, I think, which probably Harry, Marco Polo scheme, which Europe has always followed, and they still probably in a way or the other, that's the sort of monetization of the greenhouse gas reductions that happens through the waterway. We need to look at it. That has probably not happened in India. That gives a huge benefit in terms of the operational cost that gets down. Secondly, we were talking about other sectors, and one of the other gentlemen was also talking about the market risk and how to sort of bring a multiplier effect. We have certain models from other sectors, such as annuity model, right? Right now, probably is the market ready to take all the risk? Why not government takes the ownership of procuring and running for 5 to 7 years and just incentivize the private player to bring in more and more market? So the idea is to cover his downside risk, but to incentivize to get more and more cargo, which will have a significant multiplier effect, and automatically the vessels will come into play once the people see, the cargo owners see that waterway is a good alternate mode of transportation or a complementary mode of transportation, which can be used. And then once there is business, I'm sure no bank or no private player will shy away from investing or financing the thing. The point is right now, the perceived market risk is huge, and in the next 5 to 7 years, we need to overcome that risk. So that's my initial thought on this one.
Okay. So a food for thought for you, Captain Singh. I mean, would the incentive, whatever some risk is take, some incentive structure be built in? I'll come to that later. Now, a very critical set of stakeholders in this entire supply side thing of augmenting the IWT fleet are the shipbuilders. So we have with us Mr. Shekhar Chakravarti, and we have Pulaste Roy, and we have from Shroft Industries, we have Mr. Sevaraj. Now, one by one, first I'll ask very, very elementary questions, so be very precise in your replies. You've seen this sector, both East Coast, on the West Coast, how it has emerged, and what kind of, the ups and downs it has had in terms of demand. You had one, the ban on iron ore mining, and suddenly you see all the entire barge, the fleet of barges in Gujarat, a substantial percentage of it getting grounded, and those kind of risks. And the poor appetite for procurement displayed by the private operators. So given that landscape, but given the overall potential of this sector, I have 3 questions. Number one, are we okay with the kind of designs? I mean, Captain Singh talked about a certain design requirement, but in the previous session we had Captain Solanki talking about the efficacy of the tug-barge combination only. So A, are we okay with the designs? How good are the DST design? How practical they are? That's a related question. And the second question is, more importantly, for the shipyards, what kind of incentives or policy incentives, I'm not talking about subsidies only, what kind of policy push or incentives would the industry like to really take off big time? So I'd like to start with Mr. Chakravarti.
Thank you, sir. Actually, it's audible.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's working. Yeah. As far as shipbuilding is concerned, coming to the design part of it, there are several aspects which affect the ship design per se. Your first question to Captain Singh was about the kind of vessels that are required, in the inland waterways. So, coming to the type of vessels, I think, as Captain Singh has rightly brought out, that you might not be able to carry the same kind of cargo in both the trips, that is, in the upstream as well as the downstream. So, we basically will have to look at kind of multi-purpose vessels, which will be container carriers, come break bulk carriers, where probably in one side it will be something like steel rolls and TMT bars and that kind of a cargo. And on the other side, it could be the container cargo coming in. So now when we look at this, of course, apart from this, there could be the gas carriers, the LPG carriers, the LNG carriers, and these kind of vessels. And of course, as Mr. Jain Singh has rightly brought out about, the pusher barges combinations. As far as the design is concerned, there's absolutely no issue in designing ships tailor-made to the specific routes. But what is of greater concern is the financial viability of this kind of transportation that is provided to make it worthwhile for the transporters to shift their cargo using the inland waterways. So what I'm coming to is the total amount of cargo that can be carried. That has a very large bearing on the overall cost. So now with the depth limitations, which of course Captain Singh didn't mention about the NW2 in the Brahmaputra, he only talked about up to Bangladesh. Beyond that, the depth limitations are so severe that even a probably 1.8 meter draft vessel will just about scrape through. And so when we are talking of such low draft vessels, the kind of cargo that they can carry, and I'm talking of, let us say, a bulk carrier, it definitely will not exceed more than 1,500 tons. So initially, the government can bring in regulations to promote the internal, the waterway, the inland waterways transportation by probably regulating that a certain percentage of the cargo needs to be carried through the inland waterways, which will at least kickstart the entire process of inland waterways. And because we are in a very nascent stage. So at this stage, when the ships will be designed with lesser draft and probably with, and obviously with lesser cargo, it will be plying over the waters. Over a period of time, as our mechanisms are in place for suitable dredging and the depth increases overall, the design of vessels itself will change. Then we can go in for probably about say 2.5 meter draft vessels, which will then increase the cargo carrying capacity and make it viable for the transporters to transport their goods using the internal waterways and the inland waterways. And not only that, they'll realize that it's much more cheaper also. As of now, yes, it is cheaper, but then with these kind of limitations, it really puts a strain. And so as far as the design of the vessels is concerned, as I brought out, vessels can be designed, but like the limitations that arise are mainly due to the waterways themselves. Like in the NW2, where the river really meanders a lot, you cannot have a vessel more than probably 85 meters in length. And the coupled with it, the low draft vessel, it has to be probably purchased by the government and given on lease so that transporters can be forced to start off. And as the entire thing smoothens out over a period of, say, 5 years or a decade from now, then it will become financially viable for private players to probably invest more in these kind of vessels and ensure the profitability as well. So now when we are talking of, say, meandering rivers, the concept of pusher barges and basically the tug and barge combination, it really will not work out in this kind of scenario, especially as Captain Singh has brought out that, unless the navigational, the captain's cabin is right in the forward, the visibility will be very less. So as far as the vessel design is concerned, definitely things can be improved, provided the, I'll say the environment is, conducive for that. So with this, I think I'll end my talk about the kind of vessels that are provided and the suitable design for it, and as well as, of course, incentives. The incentives, okay. Okay. Coming to the incentives part of it, government does provide a lot of incentive, which as of now is restricted to 14%, which I believe will go up in the coming days. And this really helps the shipbuilders, definitely, no doubt. But I feel that for the shipbuilders essentially build vessels for the ship owners. Now, the ship owners also need to be given some kind of incentives of this type, which could be in terms of, say, preferential rate of interest. And the other bigger part is about the collaterals which they have to give. So what happens is the shipping companies who traditionally have been hiring ships and transporting the cargo, for them to own vessels, they probably might not have substantial capital assets for them to mortgage. And so I feel the cash flow could be one of the basis for providing loans to them, because this is practically being faced by many of the owners, the prospective owners, let me put it. So probably it can be thought of this having a cash flow as the basis for providing loans. And if it is another question of whether shipbuilders can own the vessels and give it out on kind of lease, I feel actually the shipbuilders themselves are just about managing to remain afloat. So I really don't think it'll be a viable option for the shipbuilders per se. I can see Mr. Sahara is also agreeing to this. Yeah. So in fact, what can be done probably is government can probably allocate something called say Maritime Development Fund, which will be controlled by the banks, and that can be given to probably the shipping companies who can then buy ships based on certain verifiable credentials, and probably that can be used for the initial asset, I'll say building up the assets. So as far as the incentives are concerned, well, it's really heartening to know that the kind of subsidies that are being provided is really going up. That will go a big way in helping the shipbuilders.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti. And in fact, you've just preempted me from asking that question, whether or not we could look at some wet lease models or whatever. I think it would be a big no from the private and the public sector shipyards alike. So, Mr. Sairaj, my question, you can probably continue. Same question that you set of questions to you. And also now that to the vessels, a couple of vessels that you have built for the inland waterway, they've been, now those, those designs and the build, the construction, etc., stands validated. Now, what do we do next now to increase the numbers?
So I fully agree with Captain Singh that the vessels high and weighty which were built by us have some deficiencies, of course. One is the visibility issue which we was talking about. That was mainly because there was an aircraft issue which we had to fulfill within the contractual terms. So that we can perhaps avoid it if the regulations can come about, like how the navigational aids and light fittings can be fixed. Maybe some relaxation has to be given here. The positioning of the lights we may have to change. That is one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is that we can perhaps have a telescopic wheelhouse. That is one thing. Wherever we have to go under the river, that will make the cost a little more additional actually. One more thing I can talk about is that we can also come up with another design of the vessels where It could be flat top vessels. There are many cargo which can be perhaps carried in exposed atmosphere actually. And these flat top barges can be made little less deeper, so that and also less draft, and we can carry. And it doesn't have a cargo holder. That is one thing I just thought about it actually. As far as designs are concerned, as Chakravarti has pointed out, any design is possible actually. We know what is the constraint which is required. Of course, we cannot have all the constraints together. We have to have either few sets of constraints and the rest has to be made available so that we can make it flexible. Like you can't say, I want the length also reduced, I mean restricted, breadth also restricted, depth also restricted, and I want to carry 2,000 tons. That is something which is not possible. So we can definitely play around with those principal particulars and then design something which is suitable for all type of cargo, all type of routes, like where the meandering river, of course, as we said, that 85 meters length is the minimum. We have this IMVT is 80 meters length, and as Captain Singh has already tried out those vessels are quite very suitable. And in hindsight, of course, I do agree that there can be made some improvisations which can definitely make it better. And regarding incentivization for the shipyard, as Mr. Chakravarti also has pointed out, we do get this financial assistance, but that is still not sufficient actually. Even despite the assistance, we are actually very frankly we are sharing those assistance with the prospective owners in all the contracts actually, and we are making our pricing in that keeping that incentive which is available to us. But despite that fact, still the orders are not forthcoming. That is something which only IWA can look into it, and the government of India has to look into it. Why it is not happening? Ministry of Shipping perhaps also have to look into it. Why the orders are not forthcoming despite the facility which is available. So that is one thing which I want to say. Regulatory help, as I said, that like when we are building these kind of vessels, we may perhaps like the new rules have come in and they specify certain things. There is a possibility that we may have to deviate from those rules time to time in order to look into the specific vessel type or size and the route. So that is something which the administration has to be open to accept. And we can definitely give alternatives, but that is something which the administration has to be lenient and accept those requirements. Other than that, yeah, and maybe we can also create like the river information system is already being worked on, and we can perhaps look at that maybe some areas where the water depth is very low, and we can have some kind of emergency response system made available in those areas which can come to the aid of the vessels which may perhaps have trouble passing through. That is one thing which we can look at, and also we can look at those specific areas, like when we are talking about dredging, concentrate on those areas first so that the uniform depth is made available rather than making depth very high all over the place. Just make first the areas which are lower depth, those areas first make it, let's say that's our target be progressive, 2 meters, then 2.5 meters. So initially perhaps it's easy to make the areas which are having lesser depth as of now. That is my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Sairaj. Now, we also have with us Mr. Pulasya Roy from AC Roy and Company, having considerable experience in the eastern part, the waterway that we are talking about, the NW1, NW2, the IBP route. And you have seen the sector, I mean, how it is growing, what trajectory it has, the forces that are shaping the trajectories, so to speak. And Mr. Saira talked about the rather dismal state of affairs when he said the orders are not coming and things are not really happening as far as the shipyards are concerned. So your take on this, what incentive structure, regulatory policies should be in place, and what exactly are the general doables, and what could be a win-win solution here for everyone?
Hello. Yeah. So the 3 questions that you have asked me, I'll try and be as precise as possible, and I'll start the reverse way. So as far as policy incentive is concerned, sir, if I may say a little frankly, that anything that moves in the transport sector in our country, anything starting from a cycle, if you import, there is an import deterrent. The only exception being a floating craft. Here we are talking about Bharat Stage 6 and MARPOL and NOx compliance, all these things. And in the same breath, we are allowing a 20-year-old tug to be imported from Singapore and operated in our ports. And that is still in the seagoing sector, there is still some regulation. But as far as inland water transport is concerned, there is so far nil regulation when it comes to importing of any craft whatsoever. So this is one thing I would like the policymakers to have a deep thought, that there should be some sort of an import deterrent for as far as these inland vessels are concerned. Coming to the second point, so you asked about the DST designs. For the first time, let me just congratulate that, you know, the government had the vision to invest in something which has a proprietary value, and this was put in place. So the first part of the battle is done. I mean, we have the designs in place. Now, if the design is okay, if the design is good, if the design is bad, so the taste of pudding lies in eating. At least let a few hardware be there on the Ganges. Let a few hardwares be there on the waterways. You know, if the government has invested in the intellectual property, then it should be put to use. And given the fact, given the present market volatility and given the situation in the market, to expect for the private player to come and invest in such a nascent sector, if I may put it that way, it's probably being unfair on them. And to add to that, what Mr. Gaurav was saying, for the financial organizations, to them it is numbers, you know. I mean, it's as good as a model. For them, if it is viable, they'll come in. If they don't see viability, they don't come in. And here I'd just like to give us a few numbers just for the general public to get a perspective. A typical 8,000-tonner coastal cargo vessel, to build it in China and bring it over here, after tax, whatever I mean is there, and whatever is the passage, it typically costs about 20 crores. The same 18 to 20 crores, if I may correct myself. The same thing if we build in Goa, it costs about 25 crores. But the crux is, in spite of that, none of the shippers would place an order here. The simple reason being, in China, the government has a stake in the shipyard. The government also has a stake in the non-banking financial corporations. So these non-banking financial corporations tells the shipyard that you please go and get hold of a buyer. Ask him to pay a down payment of 10%, and the remaining you take an EMI from him once you have delivered the vessel. Now for me, even if I am having to have the capital, where do I go? Do I go over there to procure the vessel, or do I come over to build it in Goa? No, I don't. I mean, it's the migration of capital. I mean, it's just numbers. I mean, that is another place where I think, I mean, some policy should be there, so that, you know, again, it goes back to that deterrence in terms of import. I mean, even in Bangladesh, I mean, some of the Bangladesh government procurement that is happening, they are also saying that, you know, finally, even for a global tender, they're saying that if you finally, if they import, but they want the exporter to pay for the importer's country's tax. So in that form also there is a deterrence there as well. It is only that somehow our government in the water transport sector, we do not have such deterrence. This is one thing I would like to highlight. Coming to the DST design, one, it has to be put in place. Physically, it has to be there. And two, there is one thing which needs to be highlighted, is that the idea is so that this hardware is put in place and we can prove to the private players that yes, it is a win-win model. But there, my input is, as far as the DST designs are concerned, there are certain added appendages and there are certain added equipments which are generally not there in inland vessels, like say for example a bow thruster or a flapping rudder. These are certain innovative ideas and equipments which have been put in these designs. Now naturally that comes at a cost. One is the capex, the cost of acquisition. Two, there is a cost of maintenance as well. Now, for the private players who maintains these barges, if the vessel has been given out on charter for the private player to operate, now this is one thing, one study which I believe cost is to benefit, needs to be done and needs to be addressed as far as the DST designs are. And coming to the third point, and the most important point which I believe, I think I'll just take 2-3 minutes on this. The types of vessels to be procured. And on this side, I would say there are, how I look at it, there has to be two broad categorization. As the custodians of the waterways, it is the responsibility of IWAI to have the basic infrastructure or to facilitate the infrastructure for the movement as well, other than the movement itself. And for that to happen, I would like to highlight that particularly on the waterways, we do not have facilities of freshwater bunkering. We do not have facilities of fuel oil bunkering. We do not have any waste management system in place. In fact, the vessels which are being built, which are being thought of, there is, I would say there is a lot of progress that needs to be done to have a proper waste management plan on board. So, apart from that, particularly in the Indo-Bangladesh protocol route, I would like to add that it is imperative that we have some sort of a fire float and a recovery vessel in place, particularly in the Indo-Bangladesh protocol route, where we have so often seen so many grounding, and we have also seen inland vessels sinking in the channels as well. So I believe these are basic infrastructural requirements which the IWA must possess, so that the cargo movers, they have this confidence that as far as this basic infrastructure, we can get it in the inland waterways. Like in another session, someone was saying that we are competing with a full-fledged established system of coastal movement and seagoing movement. So for that, this basic infrastructure push needs to be there. And in this sector, there's one more thing I would just like to touch upon. As they say, the wearer knows where the shoe pinches. So for the authority, they are the best judge to know where exactly, which all are the problem areas as far as the dredging and as far as the draft is concerned. So for that, that dedicated survey and that dedicated dredging has to be done by IWI. This is what is my firm belief, because at the end of the day, I mean, you cannot win a battle with hired soldiers, is what my thought about this particular thing. And I think on the cargo side, we have had a lot of deliberations. We now know that, yeah, that design, a little bit of tweaking, as Sairasa was saying, a little bit of tweaking on the air draft or in the length and breadth and draft, all those can be fine-tuned. Those will not be a major challenge, I believe. The tug barge flotilla, those solutions are there. I mean, they can be deliberated on a different forum with a little bit more technicalities. But broadly, I would like to place my wish list, or I would like to draw the attention of the authority on the points that I've raised. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Pulasya. I think a couple of very valid and salient points that you made out probably were not, initially we hadn't thought of that, about when we talk about creating an ecosystem, it's about even the maintenance, repair and bunkering and all those facilities that you're talking about, the slipways at regular places for repair and maintenance, definitely. And with regard to the DST design, yes, I think since IWAI has invested very substantially, it's up to us now to have some 1 or 2 working models just to validate the design. And now, before we come, again, I'd like to go, before I get back to Gaurav, about some 2 or 3 more good financial model, how to actually get private sector to participate, how to come up with a model in which the stakeholders, or three stakeholders, so the shipbuilder, the ship owner, and the vessel operator, or the owner could be even a public sector undertaking, and the vessel operator, the one who's chartering and leasing it. How do we assign risk in a manner that that entity which is best placed to face that risk is allocated? That is, before we come to that model, I just had a question, just struck me, when Harry was talking about the new technologies, the green technologies. Now, one reason why perhaps, the cellular phone technology, the data, the way we transmit it in India, and the fact that we have the cheapest data in the world now, it was Bangladesh earlier, now it is India, came up that we had the benefit of leapfrogging because we didn't have the landline density. It made the demand push made it very easy for us to leapfrog. Now, because we operate at a very, very low technological threshold as far as IWT vessels and, the entire floating structure, floating stock is concerned, can that be some sort of perverse or whatever incentive for us to leapfrog straight away into modern design, modern vessels? Quick thought from you, Harry, if it is possible, if it is doable, before I move on to another very important part of this discussion, which I'm just holding for some time. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think you have that advantage, because if you now invest in conventional technology, you're investing for the coming decades. And although, let's say, Bangladesh does not yet have things like emission standards, you have it in your new guidelines. I think that's very good to do things like that, to upgrade the level of the industry. And well, my neighbor we have another project ongoing on these vessel designs, where the idea is to design, let's say, zero emission ready vessels. It doesn't mean, I think at the moment, it's too early to think about zero emission, but low emission or zero emission ready, where, for example, you can build a modular design where you have, for the time being, you have a conventional type of engine, but once the better types of engines are available and economically market ready, you can just change them without having the need to change your complete vessel. So yes, I think you have to grasp that advantage, and do not invest in the conventional technologies, because it will be a waste of money at the end. That's my personal belief. Yeah.
And does the shipyards, are they equipped in terms of capacity and all to actually undertake the design and construction of such vessels, and considering the low appetite for risk from private sector? Pulaste?
Okay, sir. I'll say, it is probably the survival of the fittest. As they say, improvement begets improvement. Yes, absolutely. There is no doubt in my mind that, we'll have to move to a greener fuel, we'll have to move to a hybrid propulsion. Yes, we will. But, for that to happen, if you really want the private sector to come in, then it is too nascent to expect that. As long as the government invests in the capex, I can vouch the shipyards, the remaining few shipyards that we are there in the country, we can adapt, and we will adapt. Definitely it is possible. It's no rocket science. It is being done, and in Kerala there's a private shipyard, those who have done a solar powered vessel, and it's running fine. The performance speaks for itself. So it is not that it is not possible. It is of course possible. But to expect that, with that kind of innovative technology, for that to be put in place and to expect commercial viability, it's not fair. It is not fair. So if the government is ready to pump in and be there for for n number of years, where they're not looking at economic feasibility and where they're not looking at private partnership, then it is fair enough. But for the numbers to fit into the scheme of things, no, I don't think this is the right time for that kind of innovation and for that kind of experimentation. This is my view.
Mr. Saharaj, your take on this. Suppose government were to permit movement of iron ore on barges. Iron ore mining is revived with the condition that movement on barges will be on only, the low emission, eco-friendly barges. How ready are we on the West Coast to adapt to this?
First thing is, sir, are we prepared for those kind of systems? Are they available in the country to adapt? First of all, it's not a difficult thing for the shipyards to get a design which is having usage of alternate fuels and less emission and all those things. It's not a problem. But what do we have? Suppose if we decide, again, as Pulastya said, economic viability. Like the prices match the purpose of eventual economic returns. So that is the question. It is, as a shipyard, I can definitely say anything is good. Okay. It has got a price. That's all. So, as he said, there are shipyards in the country. I mean, of course, the leading shipyard is Cochin shipyard, which is doing all these things. But of course, as a private shipyard, I can also vouch that there are many private shipyards in the country who are really capable to do that. But on their own, it's not possible. We need some kind of support. Initial push is required, but capability is definitely there. And more importantly, the support system has to be available, like whether it is electric propulsion or whether it is LNG or whether it is hybrid. Do we have those machineries and equipments available to incorporate into our working? And another thing we must also look at is the IWT sector in India, the crew, the operating crew, how much qualified they are. I mean, I don't want to paint a very dismal picture, but I think it needs a lot of improvisation there. So whether we are looking at going to the next level of vessels, whether these crew are capable to operate these vessels. So that it has to be done all three ways. One is the designs are definitely possible. The second, the equipment and other support accessories are to be made available. Right now, of course, we can only import, or very little extent we can perhaps locally source. The third is to have the people to operate these vessels, and they all have their own risk factors. If they are handled wrongly, or the skill level has to be upgraded to a large extent. Actually, these are the three things I think we should look into it.
Thank you for being very stark and candid. It just makes the task and the challenges and the roadmap ahead of IWI more painstaking and onerous.
All we need is, we need some hand-holding, and we are ready to be with you in any endeavor, as long as we don't burn holes in our pockets. That's the only thing. It's not that we want to make some huge profits or something. We want to survive in this industry. We want to grow little, and definitely it is possible, but we need some hand-holding.
Mr. Chakravarti, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, as Mr. Saharaj and Mr. Pulastya have rightly brought it out, this green vessel technology can be built by anybody, but it is highly capital intensive, and also I'll say it's in a very nascent stage as of now. So like building any kind of a green vessel, this brings me to the question of what do you call a green vessel? Green vessel is probably something which reduces the emissions or brings it to zero. As far as reducing the emissions is concerned, yes, the hybrid fuels that are available with green methanol, ethanol, and those kind of things. It depends upon the kind of engine to be designed for those kind of fuels, and that is that doesn't require too much of I'll say infrastructure and expertise to build those kind of vessels, as long as those engines are available. When we come to alternate sources of say energy, say be it a battery operated vessel, be it a LNG vessel. Now these vessels, we even let's say for LNG vessel, we need to have the infrastructure in place, as Mr. Pulastya had brought out. We don't even have the bunkering facilities for our conventional fuels. So when we fresh water fuels and those kind of things. So when we talk about, say, LNG vessel, not only that it is capital intensive, but we need to ramp up our our infrastructure so that it caters for this kind of designs. And making and these kind of vessels, of course, require technology which is not indigenously available in the country. So this brings us to another point which I wanted to say in my last thing, was about the customs duty exemption that has been given to us. Now, for the marine sector, it's as of now exempted, but then this exemption is only up to this financial year end, that is up to 31st March 23. Of course, I fully am with the Make in India initiative, and that's a very good concept. But then I feel totally doing away with the customs duty exemption before we are ready to have indigenous alternatives, I think it's a bit premature. So government might really like to look into this particular aspect, because once the customs duty exemption is gone, then the price of vessels will go up accordingly. So I feel as far as alternate or green vessels are concerned, it can be built by anybody, but it is capital intensive, and the technology has to be brought from outside.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti. Now, coming toward the end of this session, very quick question again, because let's come back to challenges here and now as we are facing. Coming back to the mood question, how do we get more and more inland vessel transport vessels, good vessels on our waterways? We have to think of a smart, innovative model to get in the short term at least. So I'll have quick thoughts on this by Gaurav, and then I'd like your thoughts on that, Captain Singh, because ultimately the proof of pudding lies in the eating. So whatever model is proposed, the doability of it and your suggestion on that. And then I'll hand over the mic to Ashutosh for his concluding remarks before we move into a Q&A session. Gaurav.
Thank you, sir. Again, we have to look at from a risk allocation perspective and the right risk allocation perspective. And let's just take one by one. We have the design risk. Probably shipyard and shipyard are the best people to take that risk, interact with the stakeholders, what is the most optimum doable design by them. Second, we come to the capex risk or the capital investment. We have discussed this multiple times. Probably government is right now with the state, the sector is best suited to take that capital risk. Third risk is the market risk. Market risk is some way a joint risk, but when I say joint risk, government needs to ensure that the whole downside risk of the private player is sufficiently covered so that he does not have any risk about, that I'm not going to make money and the cargo risk is huge. So we give them sort of an annual assured sort of amount which caters to their operational cost, and any upside of it is jointly shared by the private party and the government. So what happens is that private party has an incentive to go out in the market and really sell the cargo, but not worrying about if the cargo doesn't come, they have sufficient security to cover up the cost. Operational risk, absolutely, I think private party is best suited. And I think with that, we really need to introduce another risk from now on, is the innovation and the greening risk. Probably, again, the private government is the best suited, and I think it's all about the volumes. You see in the shipping sector, all the innovation and all the greener aspects are taken care on their own by large shipping companies, Maersk, CMAs, and MSCs. But how many are such companies? Handful of them, right? IWA is not a sector wherein we have that kind of volumes. So that initiative, if at all, has to be taken, has to be borne by the government. And I think last point probably, IWA also charters out a lot of vessels on the bareboat chartering and everything. Mostly probably on the cost-plus based model. We have to sort of create a marketplace. The way it is in the shipping industry, you have Baltic Dry indexes and everything, wherein market decides, the supply and demand decides what rates have to be taken rather than specifying the rates. Okay, this rate has to be taken. So this is overall, in my view, probably the risk structure, the optimal risk structure that should work. But again, happy to have Captain Anil Kishore Singh's views on this one.
So Captain Singh, doable, workable, viable. And in fact, I would like Captain Solanki also in the Q&A to share his thoughts on the workability of this model. First, Captain Singh.
Sir, I'll just go back to the old point that when we did the voyages, they were loss-making, but we factored in all the reasons which were causing the loss, and we realized it is doable. First thing, of course, is given what the depth is, given what the channel is, we need to maximize the cargo carrying capacity of whatever the vessel is. IBK, the authority vessels are the most suited, but they can be further tweaked to carry around 25% more cargo. Once you do that, then you are breaking even because of the lack of return cargo. Then the second aspect would be to improve the turnaround, that is the channel stabilizers who move faster. In fact, if you get your wish list, you do night navigation, then you turn around, your passage times reduced to half. And the third, of course, would be ideal situation would be return cargo. But to survive and stay to the point where the economy starts supporting inland waterways because it has moved away from the waterfront, you need to first and foremost carry more cargo, which is where the new design by the wider ship carrying 20 to 25% more cargo. And I will give you a personal example. When we carried containers, we missed out on the third tier because of the visibility, because the accommodation was aft and the third tier was coming in the way of the navigator. The third tier of cargo meant we lost about 400 tons. Now that 400 tons you add to the mix, then you are okay for in terms of sustaining your losses. Turnaround, of course, there was teething trouble. Turnaround can be improved. Channel is stabilized. NW1 channel is stabilized. There's plenty of cargo going upstream, nothing coming down to downstream. But to survive till the ecosystem supports return cargo, I'll actually give you the numbers. We were making about 25% losses, which would have been mitigated by more cargo. You turn around faster, you save another 10 to 15%. The moment you start getting return cargo, even 20% of the capacity of the vessel, and Mr. Chakravarti was spot on for 1.8 meters depth is 1500 tons of cargo, but right now we carry only 1000 in the same depth. That can be improved. So the moment you start getting return cargo, that is the time you are cheaper than a road. Remember, sea passengers do not have competition, but Indian Waterways is competing with road and rail. At the moment, we are not cheaper to the customers. The per ton per kilometer cost on the water is cheaper. But overall, customer is paying a little bit more than what Indian Waterways segment multi-modality can give you. To improve that, obviously, the cargo has to come to the waterfront, like the way it is in Europe or in Bangladesh. Narayanganj, everybody has a jetty. All industries are on the waterfront. There is no last mile there. Once that happens, and this will improve your viability. And the moment you start getting return cargo, it is phenomenal. I mean, the moment there is 25% return cargo, you start offering a rebate on what the road is giving. That is the time when Waterways will really take off. So these are the 3 points intermixed together, and I would say improving the vessel design is the first.
Thank you, Captain Singh. Now, I'll request Ashutosh to come up with his concluding remarks. Actually, they acquire greater salience in the view of the fact that he's all member technical and member traffic. So he has to look at the technical and the commercial and operational viability.
Thank you, sir. It will be my pre-closing remarks because the closing remarks will be with always vested with you. And I will only pick up a few statements given by my fellow panelists. One is the smaller one. The one Pulats has said that the dedicated dredging by IWI. So this has to be understood properly, that the whole cycle of viability depends on this kind of a statement. Dedicated dredging by IWI, because dredging is a very costly affair, and in case we plan the things from top down, hypothetically out of the box, if I say that except in the tidal zones where you are easily getting 3 meters or partial during few hours you are getting even 4 meters. But those things are not helping the overall sector. If we carry out the top-down planning and fix the things in such a way that we have to have a viability at 2.2 to 2.4 meter, which is basically 2.2 exactly for, in that case, and based on that, the infrastructure push, as Harry has said, that it is to be borne by the government, agreed. All bunkering facilities, all other facilities of waste management is to be borne by the government. All infrastructure facilities, those have been created also in our multi-modal terminals which have been created on NW1. All these facilities are already inbuilt. So this has to be thought by the thought of by all the stakeholders, that in case we plan the things in totality, where we require minimum dredging, which is making everything unviable, and then we plan the vessel design in such a way that it becomes viable at 2.2. If we start thinking like this and we innovate accordingly, we find that we would be successful in balancing the overall situation in India, because India has got different type of risks. I can agree with Harry in terms of European conditions, but in Indian conditions, where every year the meandering is unpredictable, every year a lot of silt is there, and dredging is a costly affair. So number of days operation of vessel is also one of the important factor. In case we do not have the depth availability throughout the year, or at least 300 days of the year, the whole system becomes unviable. So this has to be seen by the shipbuilders, and for shipbuilders, during the informal discussions, I had a discussion. They are also of the opinion that they are continuing with their old designs. They don't have the capital to change their modes, to shift their gear. So I would request the shipbuilders that in case they require some financing help or something like that, we can simply develop some financing scheme or some subsidy scheme for them also, in addition to the present one, so that they plan for a orbital shift in their making shipbuilding. And another thing which I just wanted to quick comment on Mr. Sahairaj, that they need some hand-holding as far as training and skilling is concerned. So we are doing it at a large scale. We are developing the NINI as a center of excellence, and in time to come, surely it will definitely augment the overall availability of the crews, which are basically skilled as well as trained also. And now with these remarks at this stage, I would close my words and hand it over to the chair.
Thank you, Ashutosh. So you have some time for question and answer session. I throw the floor open to the participants. Any questions? Arnav.
Yes, sir.
Thanks very much. I think this has been really, a very absorbing session. Sorry. I have actually one reflection and one question. So I think we have been able to identify all of the risks, and we kind of reiterate in every forum. But what is the solution? That's the challenge. You see. And in my mind, I think when the risks or challenges are so big, we need to actually think of bite-sizing it, and also looking for, some low-hanging fruit, and I believe those exist. So the point I'm trying to make is that it is almost impossible to kind of address all of the risks and mitigate all of the risks which you have been mentioning. But it may still be possible to find out certain commodities, certain OD pairs, on certain routes. And also on maybe, there are also other risks which we actually didn't discuss. In overall in vessel financing is because it's a movable asset. So can we think of actually starting with RoRos? Can we think of looking at some of the origin destination pairs, which we are very sure that has both way cargo, and also try and solve some of the low hanging fruits, because I again believe night navigation is a game changer. Doesn't require much of investment, so why don't we focus on that? Mechanization of terminal is a game changer. I think we need to take a step-by-step approach, and if I may suggest, we need to actually have a little bit broader, kind of working group kind of arrangement, because there are various players, and we're missing one very important player here today, is the commercial bank. Yeah, you speak to them, and in fact, they bring many more issues than what you have discussed. It's the whole aspect of, the whole challenge of this sector is a sustainability challenge. And let's not forget, even if we do everything and your investment return period is very long. Okay, and one question I have, and we are also grappling with this little bit in the bank, and we see that some of the global models are coming up also. So, is it a good idea to go for a capital grant? Or is it good to actually kind of spread it like an annuity model, which is a very basic thing. And then there are many, many variations which are coming up, including a cap and collar arrangement, bringing in risk-sharing mechanism. In my mind, capital grant is not a good idea. It is a very stagnant idea because it will actually help you maybe to tide over the initial challenges, but it doesn't help the sector to evolve. So I think we need to move beyond the capital grant, and government need not actually absorb all of the risks by giving or increasing the capital grant, in my mind. There are other models which we must look into. So I wanted to hear a little bit from you. I'm sure you will have some reflection, although I know that we are missing the bankers. But
No, that's, anyone like to respond to Arnab's comments on this? I mean, just rather than looking at a very, what shall I say, status quo, stagnant model as he talked about in terms of, capital grant, can there be something smarter, something more innovative?
May I say something, sir?
Yeah, just a minute.
Yeah, hi, Arnab. So see, I mean, I was there in a couple of other conferences and there were commercial banks, right? And after the panel finished, they came to me and then say, there are hundreds of policy interventions that are required, probably not going to happen in the near future. It has a long lead time and everything, the way we work and everything, right? So immediately for 5 to 10 years, I mean, the duration can be decided, but the easiest model is something like what we discussed, is the annuity. You have to spread it out. Because in the CAPEX, obviously you just cover it up, but the fundamental of the operational cost, covering up with the market risk, doesn't get covered, right? And anyways, the pricing nowadays, at least from a private player, is not cost plus based model. It's always the market supply demand based model. So I completely agree with you, Arnab, that the CAPEX, upfront CAPEX subsidies is probably not the best one. It has to be staggered, entire duration of the life of the vessel. It can be 7 to 10 years and has to be taken it accordingly, with the influence of cap and collar, covering the downside risk and incentivizing both the parties for the upside that comes out of the model.
Okay, Captain Sunil Kumar, you had a question, right? Mr. Solanki, Captain Solanki, you are next.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for allowing me to speak. After the last session at Kolkata, we got, I'm from Garden Reach Shipbuilders, just for the record. We got some of the probable ship operators together, and this finance issue was delved upon. We got 3 private sector banks to sit with us and the shipbuilders, and the same problem which was brought out, that long-term financing beyond 5 years is not possible. A lot of regulatory change requirements will be there, including the private sector banks. It's like in Hindi he was told, "Mujhe apna ghar girvi rakhna padega." No other collateral is acceptable. So that is not a viable way. So I was just discussing with one of the colleagues how to get this funding. Like asking Government of India is the easiest thing to do. But a parallel example comes to mind is how the NHAI was funded, got some funding by putting cess on petrol. Something like that, like for example, whatever cargo comes into the country, as per reports, it is in the tune of more than 60 billion. If you put even 0.1% or 0.5% cess on this for a short period, you will get a huge amount of money, which can be given to any particular organization specifically to fund these kind of projects. That's one way of looking at where to get the money from. Second, tell the banks that a particular small percentage, maybe to start with, of your lending has to be in the shipbuilding / shipping sector by mandate. These 2 things will solve your money problem. When money is available, we all know what happens in the market. So I would just like to give these 2 suggestions.
Thank you, Captain. Captain Solanki, your question, please.
Thank you, sir. First of all, with regards to vessel design, I agree with Captain Anil and others, but that is only when we are talking of long vessel, 80,000 self-propelled vessel. That is only applicable for a stretch between Sahibganj to Narayanganj, right through, if you say, because that is basically waterway which is stable, has got depth up to 2.5 to 3 meter around the year. But when we are talking of waterway from Sahibganj to Varanasi or from Narayanganj up into Assam, I am of the opinion that we initially need to look at tug-barge flotilla. Reason is that I have myself gone through 3-4 runs on these routes where the vessel runs aground, and when the vessel runs aground, the river is so dynamic that a channel may shift and the vessel will be high and dry. 1 kilometer the channel shifts. So that is why, because there you have a tug that can disconnect and float the barge. So that is why a tug barge flotilla for the river which is not stable, there is a recommendation on that point I was talking of in the morning. The second is with regards to investment, or rather how the financing is to take place. There are two things which we need to look at. One is cargo. We, especially when PSUs come out with tender, certain percentage of cargo should be left open to be given to anybody who has got capability or capacity to come and carry that cargo. Once the market rate is established, so then the certain percentage is available to open to market so that the new investors can come in. So that is gets taken care of. The next thing with regards to financing is I was in one of the meeting in Calcutta where the banks and I think it is West Bengal Financing Corporation and the banks were there. They have sort of agreed that they can give loan up to 13 years. 12 to 13 years is possible. That is the banks are saying. No, I am not saying. It is the West Bengal Financing I think Corporation. So we need to look at that. Long-term financing of minimum of 12 to 13 years is likely to be available when the government sector is saying. The interest rates, I think Jal Marg Vikas project has got some funds which can be used for financing of the vessel, procurement of the vessel, so that the interest rates come down. The present interest rate of 12% would not suffice me to pay an EMI for the vessel. But if it is 7%, it will. And so that, what is the model? Certain percentage, for example, 100%, out of 100%, I take 20% equity. The World Bank and IWI, I mean supported by IWI, takes say 30% equity, and the 50% is taken by the bank. So that, because with that the interest rates come down, because the World Bank funding will be available at maybe 5-6%. So in that case, our domestic is 12%. So my outgo will be say about 7 to 8%, and then I can actually myself is ready to invest. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. Right. Okay. I'm glad so the postprandial wasn't as dreary as we all thought it would be.
Yeah. Good evening, sirs. This is Kunal here from HDFC Bank investment banking team.
Oh, so we do have somebody from finance.
So yeah, I felt that the forum was
mother of all finance.
missing a banker, so I thought I'll just put my few points. So yes, to give you the perspective of a bank, so we are basically governed very tightly by RBI and we handle public money. So the risk appetite of a bank is not as high as an authority or the promoters. But yes, the fund is not a limitation, the tenure is not a limitation. I would just like to give an example of roads where we have seen the change in the way the risk has been, allocation has been changed. So earlier there was a BOT model and many banks have burned their fingers in the BOT. Later on, NHI came with the HAM model, and within a span of 6-7 years, like as of now, if you see, and during the COVID also, the interest in that HAM model amongst the banker and amongst the industry has risen so high. So now, at this point in time, for HAM, we are giving funding of 15 to 16 years, and the rate of interest is, for an under construction project is sub 9%, and all the banks are interested, any bank you touch in the country. and after just it completes the construction, the pricing is, of a AAA bonds, which, AAA PSU entity or a AAA corporate is getting, that kind of pricing and that kind of rating those HAM projects get once they complete the construction. So the risk which a bank has to take, they can take the funding risk, they can take the interest rate risk, they can take the time risk, but they cannot take the traffic risk. They cannot take the business risk. So banks are very much comfortable to, depend a lot on the authority, like in roads, banks are very much dependent on NHAI, and they're happy to be a part of infrastructure. So we scope all the infrastructure sectors, and we are hoping to see such models in ports and in inland waterways. And yeah, we would be happy to, participate in this progress and business. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, now as per some Gazette notification, IWT happens to be a part of the infrastructure sector. So
my name is Sohail Kazani. I'm representing Bharat Freight Group of companies. Also, we are doing the inland waterway project at Kaladan. And I also stand in the capacity of representing the Federation of Freight Forwarders Association of India. I have a very, since you've been probing for a lot of innovative solutions, I have something very simple, but it may sound a little funny. So please excuse me for that. I want to suggest something which is already in place rather than going for major policy changes. So we have something like a marketplace called GEM. Okay. GEM is a place where we private people can put up our services, our assets, and offer rates. At the same time, here is a bank who is willing to fund if I have something from the government. He's not willing to fund if I have it from the private. If the private sector approaches the GEM, or somehow IWI or the government works as the mediator of the contract for a fee of say 2% or something, life becomes very simple. He'll give me funds for 15 years at priority sector lending rates automatically. I could straight away use that to procure and build more assets. And IWI could be the somehow guarantor by taking some back-to-back guarantee, of course, from the private parties also, to procure those services for freight or chartering the barges on long term or something. So if it does make a little sense, maybe something could be structured around that.
thank you. I think with that, it's time to wrap up. I don't have much to say. No point in me adding, Jeffrey. I think we do need to conclude. There are flights to be caught, things to be bought. So now, I won't add anything. I hate wrapping up for the sake of wrapping up, because no point in repeating what the panelists have said, and I'm glad everybody did participate, and I didn't see too many people sleeping, which I think was a good thing. And just one last thing, my parting shot is this one: we have to stay invested. The government will have to stay invested. There is absolutely no two-way about it, be it the policy support, be it even financial, technical, in all sorts of hand-holding has to be done. I think there is a consensus, unanimity about this, and just hope to stay in a more sustained manner. We stay invested, stay put. Thank you very much, all the participants. Thank you very much, Captain Anil Kishore Singh, Mr. Sahai Raj, for having joined us virtually. My friend Harry Delayar, Shekhar, Ashutosh Pulaste, and Gaurav. And we'll keep interacting. We'll keep talking about it till the cows come home. I'm sure we'll be able to find something doable, workable, viable. Thank you very much. Thank you, very gentlemen. Thank you. Yeah, just a moment. We need a picture.
Thank you, session moderator, Mr. Jayant Singh, and thank you so much to our esteemed speakers for that excellent deliberations and making this panel discussions extremely lively and informative. So let's have a big round of applause for them.
So the policy problem, ladies and gentlemen, one term we have in public policy is they're called polycentric. Multiple problems, wicked problems. इसको balance करेंगे गड़बड़ है, greening करेंगे, it becomes unviable, import करेंगे, make in India suffers, whatever. So we have to some way find the right balance and at the same time keep moving forward. IWT sector, as part of the subset of the logistics, is one of the fastest growing sector in the country, and can't really take credit because very little investment in terms of capital and in terms of our time also has gone into it compared to what we see in the rail and road. But the good part is that whatever little investments have been made in every sense of the word, they are yielding results which perhaps had not been the case in so many other waterways. So we do have a good, bright future. Of course, the Black Swan event and the challenges notwithstanding. The purpose of this seminar actually was twofold actually, to bring in the elements of multimodality, Gati Shakti, wherein we do a concerted and cohesive planning on the one hand, and then deliberate upon the issues which are very, very relevant, very germane to this whole sector, the sector as a whole. And I'm very glad to see the kind of participation that we had from the trade, from the industry, from all the stakeholders here, from the ministry, from, of course, the political executive, because that messaging is very, very important. I mean, sometimes we do wonder, time expend, but then that is also very, very important to create that some sort of awareness about the sector. And the kind of the press that we have received over the last 2 days is very, very encouraging. So we did try to cover as many issues as possible, and still, since we were on NW1 in the state of Uttar Pradesh, we had to have a certain regional focus. So while discussing, of course, Gati Shakti, unveiling Gati Shakti, so that everybody, all the stakeholders are on the same page as far as what Gati Shakti is, we had Professor T.P. Singh, the man himself, and an excellent keynote address followed, keynote address by the Secretary, Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan. And then talking about multimodality, because we can't see any mode in isolation, so I think that was quite another very absorbing session that we had yesterday. Of course, we focused a lot on the region, so Uttar Pradesh, we covered Bangladesh, Nepal, and a very detailed discussion on Bangladesh, because of that regional waterway grid that we keep talking about, a regional waterway-based multimodal transport grid to bring down the logistics cost in the eastern part of the subcontinent. If it has to fructify, role of Bangladesh cannot be overstated, and the good news is that the trade with Bangladesh is growing in both in terms of the overall tonnage, also in terms of the cargo profile here. So the thing on discussion on Bangladesh, I think UP and then of course Nepal, Bhutan was again very, very relevant, very well taken. And the first session today I thought was very, very interesting, because ultimately we have to have the waterways in place first. I mean, it's like, unless you build the tracks, you can't run trains on them. So I'm glad Mr. Mishra did a very good job of moderating that, and we had experts from the academia talking about it, people who are actually dredging, who've burned their, literally have a skin in the game here. So that was very good, and I'm glad the post-lunch session on vessels. Of course, there's a lot to be done on that. At least we've managed to flag some relevant, some salient issues. And I'm glad that people had a lot of ideas, trying to put them all together and see how we go forward. One good news, of course, is that IWAI is going to recommence. Revisit the whole policy on procurement. We're going to be procuring our own vessels, given the kind of demand that we have. So this is perhaps the first in the series of these quote-unquote Gati Shakti seminars that we are having. We'll be meeting again in a few months just to revisit where we have traveled, what are the gaps, what all we need to do. There's a very little intellectual capital invested in this. So by sharing, by exchanging ideas, we also go back enlightened and more aware. Thank you so very much for participating. I would now like to request Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, who's really been driving us hard on this seminar, and this whole idea of Trade Facilitation Center, at least get something in place, has been his, to come up with to give a valedictory address. Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think people are eager to leave. The idea of a valedictory address at this point of time, I think, is a bit too late in the day. Should we have it? You should not have it. You should have it. Okay. In that case, we have it very short. Good. At the outset, let me thank you all, Mr. Sanjay Bandyopadhyay, Mr. Jayan Singh, the entire IWI team for having put together a very excellent 2 days of invigorating discussions. The ideas which have come on the table, I think, are indeed enlightening and food for thought for all of us, whether it's IWI, the ministry, the entire industry, for all of us. And I think the idea of this seminar at this time is also important because IWI over the years has been able to put in, with all their hard labor, the basic infrastructure. Of course, there are gaps, there are shortcomings which we need to address, but the fundamentals are laid. And that, along with the Gati Shakti framework and the new logistic policy, is a game changer, which is what I was trying to flag yesterday. And in this game-changing position, the exchange of ideas that we had, I think, is indeed valuable for all of us. And all of us are partners in making this happen. It can't be just one of us in isolation. It will never take off. If all of us are there together in the game, we will succeed. The framework exists. The government's intention is loud and clear in the new logistic policy. Multi-modality, bringing down logistic cost, making it greener, making it cheaper, making it efficient is the way forward. And in doing it, we sitting here meet the challenge. We are the only ones which fit the bill square and proper. If we fit that bill, it's just a matter of putting the other pieces together, which I know are challenges, but if we work together, we can make it happen. Up till now, logistics was something which was taken for granted for very many of the government institutions. The government bore the bill, and therefore it was never looked at very critically. There are private companies which have to bill the cost. They look at it critically. And some of the examples which I keep talking about, JSW Steels, the way they have put together a very neat network of movement of huge amounts of raw material to their plants and the finished goods to the international and the national markets. It's a combination of road, rail and waterways, inland and coastal. And they have a mechanism which works and effectively addresses very many of the challenges which you're trying to solve. The vessels, the movement, the navigation is already happening in our country, given our constraints. It's just that the private interest has looked at the logistics cost critically and have found solutions which works for them. And they run operations which are mega size. And thanks to those numbers, even the IWI inland waterways cargo targets are going up and the numbers are going up. So we require similar innovation. Ambuja Cements, they make the cement somewhere, carry it all along because the cost of the cement to the customer is critical. And they have looked at logistics and the cost to bring it down, and therefore you have a mix which takes care of road and a lot of coastal shipping all along. There are edible oil distribution companies which are happening, which I noticed in Cochin the other day, where it comes at one port and coastal shipping takes it to various other locations where the demand is. So when the private sector does a full analysis of the logistic cost, solutions based on cheaper, efficient modes come in, and waterways have to play a dominant role. In the new logistic policy, the entire government, all departments, all the players have been asked to look at logistic cost as a critical input and plan for it, draw up logistic plans. So it is incumbent upon them also now to look at the logistic cost and to bring it down. And it is for people like us to flag the inefficiencies which exist in the distribution channel of many of the bulk commodities. And if we do that, there were some good examples, good ideas given here. If the minimum cost of transportation is discovered, the other players should be allowed to match that and carry it if they can do it by other cheaper modes. That's a great idea. I think these ideas need to sink in the various establishments that we have across the board, whether it's the state government, the central government ministries, the major people who carry cargo. So the new logistic policy, combined with what we have done so far, the ideas that have got generated today, is a game changer. There are a lot of suggestions which were given, but it is for people, the experts who are sitting here who also have to give solutions. We talked of challenges of, say, for example, we have the issue of older ships that you mentioned. But again, we have the new Indian Vessels Act. Now, if you go forward and be more demanding, you should be saying under the Indian Vessels Act, we should have this regulation. So my request is, while you have given suggestions, also flag the solutions, given the overall policies and the rules and regulations that we have, so that people here start thinking. There would be, of course, other challenges to be looked at, a balance has to be struck. Given all that, these things will move forward. So I'd like to thank you all once again. The ideas that have got generated, we got to keep it moving. The other thing which was mentioned was about green shipping and bunkering. Yesterday we were taken around the banks of, along the ghats. Now we saw for ourselves the older vessels which apply in the Ganges here, the bunkering is all becoming CNG. So you have a situation where by some approach, all the vessels, common bunkering facility, which is giving in greener, efficient fuel systems, are at play. If you are able to persuade other people, other states also to adopt similar models, nothing like it. Urban transport again. Yesterday, the MOUs that were signed were that for electric vessels, for hydrogen hybrid vessel. Now, that we thought was a solution for urban transport. Now, if people who are into making vessels and so on, if we are able to tell the states, the urban bodies, where there is congestion on the road, and give them a solution, which they are looking for solutions. If we are able to offer them one, I am sure they'll be more than happy to buy in. So it is for us to be able to create a market. Pilots have been done by IWA. Ideas are there on the table. We got to move forward. The environment is ripe for you. I wish you all the best. And the new center, which is now been again started yesterday, the facilitation center, I think will have to carry forward many of these ideas which have been generated. In addition to putting everything together, what has been suggested, if you're able to carry it forward to the next logical step, and the next time when possibly with Mr. Jain Singh, the next conference that you hold, we should be able to have actual solutions for many of the ideas that got generated. I thank you all and wish you all the very best.